Hello everyone, welcome back to another Tomato Sauce stream. Today we're going to be watching the Angel Cup, which is already underway. We are a little bit late as we have had a bit of a hectic morning, so apologies if I do seem a bit disheveled, but I think we're just going to hop straight in. The tournament has already started, so I don't think we're going to sit around and wait. Of course, because our OBS crashed, we have to sort this out again. This should only take a second, but we should be able to... There we go, get the tournament on the screen. So, we have, in the top, what would appear to be Metari and Gaia. And in the bottom, we also have Metari and Gaia. So this is a round one game still. This is still going on. This is between Lyron and Tua. So we will have to see what goes on here. Obviously, it's a Metari and Gaia mirror, so we're expecting Metari and Gaia to win. It's kind of the only possible result, but it will be interesting to see if there's any specific techs that do make an appearance here. We are going to immediately see the... God, what is the even name? The Swift Gaia come down. Swift Gaia's effect will be able to bestow upon itself piercing, which is not bad here. We are going to see a back row come down. We will attack over an imaginary actor. And we are also playing Siesta Terrero. Siesta Terrero is a bit of an awkward card. Just because it's got 0 defense. And we are in quite a pierce dominant format. So it can be a little bit awkward. And obviously it doesn't really work against any of the level 9s in the Metari deck specifically. So it does have a little bit of kind of reduced availability or reduced... applicability. So we'll see what the player on the bottom does do. The player on the bottom here, I believe, but we can just double check this rather than trying to actually read Japanese. So the player on the top is going to be Tua, and the player on the bottom is Lyron. So we are going to see Starry Start come down. Now, we did kind of get by without taking a ton of damage here. Only taking 21 is really not that bad. Especially this deck can just OTK out of nowhere sometimes. We are going to be swinging out the Serpenta and fusing them together into Vritristar. Vritristar does have the ability to just immediately pop the Swift Gaia if we want to. But we will have to see what happens. Hello, Luis Fernando. Pyro is tier 4 for me. I could see an argument for Pyro being tier 3, but the thing is, there is such a wide gap, I think, between the really good decks and the, okay decks, that the okay decks kind of seem terrible in comparison. So I think it depends if, do you have a tier 1.5? Do you have a robust tier 2? Do you have, quite a small tier 2? Because I think you could easily, break it down in a lot of different ways, depending on how you... want to make your tier list. Hello, Georphia. Welcome. Hello, Tomato Sesso. Light Galaxy is better. So my question then would be which Light Galaxy? The equip spell or the old one? Because I kind of think the old one's probably still better than the equip one. Actually, we can cook with Pyro. I think the only reason why Pyro is decent because of the Gaia matchup. The deck is terrible against everything else. Yes. I haven't tried it very much into Psychic. But I would think it would do, okay into Psychic. I don't think it would have a winning matchup into Psychic whatsoever. I still think Psychic is going to dominate that matchup. Probably 60-40, maybe even 75. Or 65-35. It is absolutely atrocious into Dragon. Absolutely atrocious. But the old skill. Yes, the old skill, I think, is still very, very powerful. Especially as metas kind of evolve. And... people start using specific techs to deal with the good cards, they will suddenly start forgetting about the way they had to play before, because Light Galaxy kind of forced you to deck build around it when it was a prominent deck. So if people start running low attack monsters again, suddenly Light Galaxy gets to just get in for a crap ton of damage, which can be really, really good. Every Light Galaxy. Oh, come on, Kari. Don't be throwing Pyro under the bus like that. Light Galaxy is better than Pyro. Hello, Tomato Potato. Hello, Mono Sinky Winky. Welcome on in. A hero is tier 3, I think. Pure hero, I think there's an argument for tier 2, but again, it depends how you differentiate your tiers. Like, some people I think would have quite a large gap between specific decks. I think some people would have Metari and Gaia as a solo tier 1 deck. And like, if you look at the stats of the last tournaments over the last week, it does say that, statistically, Metari and Gaia should be a tier 1 solo deck. But that's not the entire picture, is it? Right? People haven't necessarily worked out how to play against it yet. We haven't necessarily had the perfected build yet. People are just playing with the new stuff because it's cool. There was the surprise factor. People don't exactly know how to play around this deck yet because it's so new. So just going by tournament results off of just the first week isn't, generally speaking, enough. Usually after 2, maybe 3 weeks, that's when we're like, okay, now the meta's starting to like sort of solidify a bit more. And then obviously there's the bandwagoning effect, which is, if people think a deck is the best deck because it has been winning, more people will play that deck, which means that deck is now going to convert more, which now means it will forever be on top, right? So there's a lot of different factors that go into this sort of thing. But if Gaia ends up being almost tier 0, then Pyro might be the answer. Potentially. I think Pyro, obviously, like, is not awful at dealing with a board, right? It's one good thing is getting 3 big guys on the board and breaking your opponent's board. Those are the things it's good at. And into Gaia, that is obviously going to be a big strength. But I think if you do draw badly with Pyro, or like you don't draw what you need exactly, it still can be a little bit finicky. Because even though I would say Pyro is potentially favored in that matchup, it's not like drastically favored, right? I think not. Pyro do nothing if you set 3 monster. But the whole point, Luis, is if the meta is in a state where players aren't setting a lot, right? Then it doesn't matter, right? If you're playing in a meta, like if you're playing against dragons, for example, they will set 3 every turn, right? So your entire thing will be build a board, clear their 3 monsters, you can't really do anything past that. But if you're playing against Gaia and they just aren't setting monsters because they're just constantly summoning out like 2 or 3 bosses every single turn, then it doesn't matter that you can't beat set 3 because you're always clearing their board anyway, right? Imagine Pyro doing well in the Gohar Cup because of Gaia's prevalence. I mean, there is potential. I don't want to, like, guarantee it because, again, although I think Pyro might be favored in that matchup, it might be as small as, like, 55-45. Like, they're okay in that matchup, but they're not just going to automatically win. They're not going to, like, absolutely dominate. But hello, Ursus. Hello, VN Penguin. VN Penguin was technically the first person to message, but our OBS did crash, so we kind of lost that. But hello, Penguin. Welcome. Light and Dark Galaxy is much better than Pyro. Light and Dark Galaxy is better than Pyro in a diverse meta. If the meta has a lot of different decks, yes, I agree that having the ability to pierce through, change battle position, gain advantage, rush down your opponent really quickly, all of those things are really, really good. If your opponent is just summoning guys that have big attack and generally quite big defense, Light Galaxy struggles into that, and so does Dark Galaxy. Those are the actual matchups where those decks get beaten. Like, my surefire way to always beat Dark Galaxy was to play Worms. Because Dark Galaxy go, I summon out 3 guys, I've got a load of piercing. I go, okay, everything on my board's in attack mode, and it's got like 2900 attack. And then you just auto-win the matchup almost. Like, it's one of those things. Like, the meta changes drastically on a dime depending on the different decks that are in it. So the more focused the meta becomes into only having one deck, the more powerful decks that otherwise wouldn't be strong will become, right? I mean, set 3 argument is usually kind of irrelevant. Even psychics don't deal with set 3, but in this meta, who sets 3? I mean, it's literally dragons. Dragons set 3, right? That is the set 3 deck. Metarion, like pure Metarion, was the set 3 deck of the time as well. So I think, to be fair, I think the set 3 argument is usually actually very relevant, and this is the exception to the rule. 99% of the time, the set 3 argument, I think, is actually the most important thing. That's why we've seen specific decks rise and specific decks fall. Psychic use level 7. He can pass the 7 monster. Oh, the Melody. Yeah, that is another thing, that Melody is basically being cut from most lists now. Because, again, we don't really need it. And he cures. And he cures every turn. Alright, the life point gain. Yeah. A set 3 pass versus Gaia. Yeah, if you set 3 pass against Gaia, you get absolutely clocked, right? Because direct attack, you get multiple piercing. Victor Star can flip your guys up. Ashura Star can just pop them. Hero can struggle a little bit. You have to kind of rely on the Gaia half of the deck, because realistically, Flame Wingman isn't a good answer to set 3 most of the time. You're kind of just gambling. Your opponent's got some high attack monsters in defense. Hello, Duan. Welcome. Is this a super aggro meta if your deck goes set 3 a lot? It is probably bad anyway. I also want to try Cyberse again. Cyberse? Shui is raiding on in. Hello, Shui and friends. Welcome. Is that How Genesis as well? Welcome on in, friends. We have had a very, very busy morning, so I haven't actually had a chance to do anything today, but you have caught us watching the Angel Cup, and we'll be doing a tier list update very shortly. I did see that you were streaming, but unfortunately I couldn't actually watch anything this morning. I was completely rammed today, so we literally finished what we were doing, immediately jumped onto stream. But I hope your stream went well, Shui. What were you doing today? You need to let us know. We are invading you. Maximums could be decent against Gaia. Yes. They could be. Gaia doesn't necessarily deal with bigger guys super well, right? It goes up to like 32. It gets obviously a 32 direct attack. That's kind of it. And a lot of Gaia lists aren't even playing TSA. We're invading. They have 0 defense, but if you summon stuff in attack, it's good. And Yggdrago Sesso. Exactly. Better streamer spotted, so I raid. That's not how that works at all, Shui. What are you talking about? Don't forget, you're the one that taught me how to play Dragoonity Dragon Maid, right? You're Shui Sensei. That's how this goes. Maximum is much slow like Royal Rebel. Potentially. Cyberse is not just a maximum deck, though. Yes. Cyberse is like an aggro deck that has a maximum in the back pocket, but it has similar issues where it doesn't really beat set 3. But again, if you're in a meta where you don't care about set 3, suddenly Cyberse is in a fantastic spot, right? You don't have to just rely on Yggdrago because no one's going to be setting 3 against you. On the flip side to that as well, Yggdrago got kind of forced out of the meta because we had things like the Light Galaxy. Light Galaxy almost single-handedly forced Cyberse out of the meta because they would go, I'm going to change you to defense, and you're 0 defense, and I'm going to pierce over you and just kill you. So now that that's kind of not really relevant at the moment, that could also be another good indication, right? The problem with maximums versus Gaia is that you have to get a maximum quite early, or they'll just get you below 32 and then finish you. Yes, that is always going to be the big problem. 0 defense. 0 defense, again, doesn't matter a lot of the time. It depends if if you're forced to end on 0 defense monsters. Obviously, that sucks. That's really bad. It's really, really bad. But if you don't draw badly, and like Cyberse runs a lot of bosses, so not seeing like one of your 6 or 7 bosses should be quite unfortunate. You should be able to just get bosses onto the field because of the skill. You should be able to get them out quite easily. Like, it depends. It depends. It's not necessarily going to work, but that's why we test, right? Right now, it's a theory. In theory, it could do okay. We have to test it, right? Fair. I was playing Necros Live Twins, and I had the most insane game against Hero that it made my stream. Nice. We should also do a shout out. We do have the command for Shui, but I do like to give the actual shout out as well. This is something we always forget to do. We're really bad at giving shout outs. Hey, he got the Sensei title. Now you don't need to debate life choices. Exactly. I mean, I guess we'll talk a little bit about the game on screen. It looks like it's Gaia Hero versus Gaia Matarion. I think we're going to be seeing this a lot today. Just a lot of Gaia, I would expect. With Cyberse, you don't set 3 until you get Yggdrago. You spam level 7s and 8s and play aggro. It's basically Pyro with less defense but more damage output. Kind of. Like, the skill will give you basically a load of free damage, potentially, or it lets you get your bosses easier. The monsters also let you do a lot of damage because Perceptical Mani and Hydron are both really good at just, like, doing loads of damage and getting loads of damage in. I would maybe make the argument that the... It kind of depends. It depends on the hand you've got, but a lot of the time, the Pyro skill is better in terms of, like, accruing advantage and just being able to get a lot of guys on the board very, very easily. Because you basically get to, like, plus in so many different ways, and that deck has loads of ways to just cheat cards onto the board. With Cyburst, you kind of have to find 2 bosses and then find 3 other cards, and 2 of them have to be normal summons. That shouldn't be too difficult. But you'll end with, like, just 2 bosses and nothing else. Whereas the Pyro deck, I feel, can end on, like, 2 or 3 bosses and, like, a couple back row, just because of how much it can plus and how much cheating out bosses that deck has. So, like, I think it depends. Salamander does nothing at the beginning of the game. True, very true. But even if you just get out a Salamander and it dies, you can still just get it back to your hand. So just getting it in the graveyard is enough to say, all right, for the rest of this game, I have a Salamander every turn, which is in itself something, right? I'm guessing you lost game 1 in the tourney to Gaia. No, we were actually late to the tournament, Shui. We had a very busy morning, so we didn't actually get to play in the first round. So we are just spectating the entire thing. I tried a couple of different decks in the point battles recently. I played like 2 to 3 games with Cyburst, and I basically lost to Torero. Yeah, that is always going to be a big thing, right? Some of these Gaia decks are playing the Torero because it is quite nice to get something into defense, attack over it with piercing, etc., etc. Also, recycling can be a bit of a weird point for Gaia, where sometimes you can get a really thin deck very, very quickly. So it's really going to depend when the meta solidifies. Is Torero going to make the cut, I guess? A Pyro can set back row as well. Cyburst usually has no back row. Yeah, that's basically it, right? A Cyburst could do that, do a lot of damage against attack position monsters via the skill and the boss's effects. Rough. Also, Trap Hole on my tribute summons felt rough. Yes, yes, very much so. It's one of those things, though, where one quite nice side effect of Gaia being so popular is a lot of people have stopped running freeze, which means you stop, like, catching strays on, like, Pyro and Cyburst, which is quite nice. I don't think Cyburst is good versus Gaia. Gaia has much piercing. Yeah, but like we were saying, Louise, the theory is you don't set cards. So it doesn't matter that they have piercing, because you're not setting monsters. You're just summoning 1,500 attackers and 2,500 attackers and basically not doing anything else, right? But again, that's the best case scenario. You might get hands where you can't do that, and then you're like, oh, I guess I have to set my 0 defense, and then I just die. Yeah, I guess some Torero / Vitra into Pierce plus direct attacks can just kill you. That is another thing. Vitra is going to be in almost every list. But usually it's only a single copy of Vitra. But it's going to be an almost guaranteed Vitra. All they have to do is find an actor or reactor. They can use the skill to just add a one-of Serpainter. They don't even need to play more than one if they don't want to. And then they'll grab the fusion, and then bam, they've got it, right? So it's awkward. It can be very awkward. But again, it's just theory crafting. It's just theory crafting, right? Hello, Card Fighter. Welcome, welcome on in, my friend. Machine Pile is supreme trust. I mean, Machine Pile... The only real issue Machine Pile has in this current meta, I think, is it doesn't spam the board as hard as it needs to. You kind of need to get out, like, 3 big guys every turn, which I don't think is, like, Machine Pile's, like, forte. Machine Pile can get out, like, 2 big guys, and then kind of stop there, generally. Which means your board's probably going to get broken. A Cyburst with this guy will be very good. Level 7 Speed Coltron Brusselin. Maybe we'll have to see what ends up happening. I mean, part of me as well, right? Because it's one of those things where I will always respect people's opinions in the chat regardless, right? But I think there is an extra level of weight associated with Giorfio for 2 reasons. One is he obviously was a world competitor this year. Like, Giorfio has proven himself time and time again in both speed and rush for topping in GRFs, topping in World Cup qualifiers. He's been to Worlds twice, once for speed and once for rush, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of that. And Giorfio was a Cyburst main for a long-ass time. So if there's anyone that I would trust with an opinion on Cyburst, it would be Giorfio. But again, until it's actually tested, we don't know for surezies, right? We just don't know for surezies. can show us, please, what you want to see. Seed Coltron Brusselin. Is that what you want? You want me to show you the card? Because I can put it on screen in between games. Tomato is his chav gear. I'm just wearing a jacket. Right, we'll put it on after this game, when we're between games. We are so back. Trust Cyburst best deck. Well, that's another thing. Jorfio is also the biggest co-pot on decks that he likes, so we'll see. But hello, Pro Manicist. Welcome. Jacket inside, Mad Lad. It was a bit chilly today. I haven't had the heating on because I've been busy. So we got a coffee with Wonder Woman on the mug, and you know, we're vibing in the jacket. Because the thing is, if I'm working from home, typically what I will do is I will just be in a dressing gown all day. And I'll just be comfortably in my comfy dressing gown, just enjoying life. Obviously, if I have to, like, you know, be in some sort of cooler or anything, I can't do that. But, you know, I mean, right now even, like, the bottom is just joggers, right? We're not going to have anything else on. I never had cope opinions. What do you mean? Yep. Or just, I don't need to elaborate. Fair, for some reason here in the UK, it suddenly got warm. Well, I'm in the UK as well. I am down south in the UK, but it is still chilly here. In fact, I can find out what the temperature is right now. It is 13 degrees. Actually, that's not that bad. That is actually not that bad. It has been, I think, yesterday. Obviously, at night, it got down to, like, 0 or -1 where I live. So, like... Down south, bros. Restoration is not cope, surely. Right, I will be the first person to call Jorfio out on coping on some stuff. Restoration, actually, is a really cool card. And I have used that card in many different decks. I am a restoration apologist, and I am not ashamed of that. We should probably give Hikari a shout out as well, now that we're giving out shout outs. Hikari's. There we go. Calling out a viewer based. Listen, right? Jorfio isn't just a viewer. Like, Jorfio's a teammate. Jorfio is a veteran. Jorfio, you know, is not afraid of the limelight. He's been in it plenty. Also, Hikari, what happened to your tournament run? What happened? Did you just get, like, matched into, I don't know, just a bunch of, Metarian and just get absolutely blasted? When I do shoutouts, they never work. Do they have to be inside the brackets or tag the channel? You just need to type the name exactly. You don't have to do anything else. She got lucky, but she did fine. So I'm talking about this tournament. She was in. So obviously Hikari. First off, we should do the praise. We should do the glazing, right? So Hikari yesterday made top 4. Did really, really well. Huge congrats to that. Obviously, you know, got a little bit unlucky in the semi-finals. And then today, got knocked out in round 1 against Saruyama. So, I don't know what Saruyama was playing, but they have just been knocked out. That, or set it up, shout out command, shout out, shows what you're streaming, depends what you want to do. Yeah, we have, like, little, just, like, personalized shout out commands for, like, Shui and stuff, but, we haven't got, like, the shout out, like, command set up like that yet. So, Gaia Metarion is going to take the win over the Gaia Hero. So that was Saulus beating Polaris. That was a top 8 game. So that means we will be having a Gaia Metarion making top 8. Shock and horror, I know. No one could have expected it. We are seeing a lot of 2-0s in this tournament. Like, there is almost... Well, no, I guess it's the vast majority. The vast majority in this tournament are 2-0s. I mean, we know the slash shout out. So what do we wanted to see? So Louise wanted to see Seed Croton Brusselon. This is a 2400 attack, level 7 monster. During the turn that you normal summon this card, send the top card of your deck to the graveyard. Then if a Cyburst type monster was sent to the graveyard by this effect, you can add Cyburst type monsters with 0 defense from your graveyard to your hand, up to the number of face-up monsters on your opponent's field. So we can't grab additional copies of itself because it has 1600 defense, but we can grab anything that doesn't have 100 defense from the graveyard. So pretty good. It's pretty good. Obviously just a bunch of advantage, which is just straight up good. I guess we'll take this opportunity as well to go and check out the brackets. So, is this going to update? It should update. Here we go. There we go. It's updating. So we have Ica waiting for his opponent, which is going to be between now and Lion. We have Polaris, who we just watched, beat SP Zorus. We also have Bumpy versus Jasper. It'll be interesting to see if Jasper can beat Bumpy and make it into top 4. And then we had the player that knocked out Hikari getting knocked out by Same-chan. I played Dragons, and I had Fortitude, NA, and Slime Set, but they were all popped that turn. That does sound quite a lot like the Gaia deck, or especially Gaia Metarian, which will just absolutely go in and pop all your back row. I assume he was playing Gaia Metarian. Is this tournament just Gaia Mirrors, by the way? I mean, all we've seen on stream so far is Gaia Mirrors. That's all we've seen on stream so far. But it will be interesting to see what happens here. Because more than anything, it'll be like, is there anything here that isn't Gaia Metarian, right? Or, cause, I mean, we just had a Gaia Hero, and it's weird to think that is the spice. But now we're going to be jumping into Jasper versus Deco Boko. So Jasper has been making a bit of a name for himself recently, where he has been topping and winning a lot of tournaments. He went on a little bit of a streak. So we'll see if Jasper can defeat these Japanese players and show that the West truly is superior. Or will he get absolutely dominated by Deco Boko, who is a bit of a wild card? So we are going to immediately see Siesta Terrero in the Gaia deck again. So this is potentially pure, because it is playing Siesta Terrero and Harvey. Let's see what Jasper is playing. I mean, we're expecting Gaia Metarion. It would appear to be Gaia Metarion. West is the best. I mean, we'll have to see. At the very least, it kind of depends, I think. Like, we've had, we had Worlds, and in Worlds, it was, I guess, you could make the argument it was West versus East in the finals for Worlds, because it was Voltalon, who is from Singapore, versus Quantum, who is from Canada. So, a question, do we have Rush in TCG yet, or no? No, we do not. We do not. We have, like, Japanese cards. Yeah, we have Japanese cards. That is the only thing we have physically. Oh, we do also have Korean cards. Yeah. I don't know if they'll show up on camera very well. But yeah, we got these. This is the best we have. Yeah. I need my face in there so they'll... Yeah. They're not really rendering very well. But yeah, we have some Japanese cards, but that's about it. Okay, so this is looking like pure Gaia. We are playing 2 vanilla Gaia the Fierce Knight. Would be nice to have them in the TCG just so that we can actually try them out. The problem is it's not quite easy to determine how exactly you would do that. There's been a lot of problems with the physical Rush Duel game, especially at the start. So you'd have to come up with a creative way to release the cards. And I think there's a YouTuber called Merlin that came up with a really good idea, which is basically just copy what they did for Speed Duels and release like Battle City Box type sets that just give you a huge chunk at once and can also fix like the release order of some of the cards. Hello, Gunkin Suship Shari. Welcome on in. What would be funny is how many cards that are going to get censored for Rush to be released in TCG. Oh, yeah. It's the only way to collect English language Rush cards to win Worlds. Yes, there you could have, right now, I think a grand total of like 3 Or was it 4? I think it's 4, right? No, I think it's... Is it 3? I don't know how many there are. There aren't many. And they're not legal. They do say and then they cannot be used in a duel. No way Pure Gaia wins. Oh, never mind. Yep, he is dead. Down he goes. Oh god, yeah, the sensor stuff is going to be a pain because it ain't that bad, not going to lie. Well, basically, a lot of it is just going to be what is in Duel Links, right? Everything that's in Duel Links has already been censored. Anything that is in the Switch games, right? They've already been censored. Like, the names have been changed, the images have been changed, everything. I suppose, I don't know, is Monster Reborn censored in the Switch game? I don't know. I don't know if it is, you know. Damn, Pure Gaia has no damage output. Yeah, Pure Gaia is like good at getting more piercers onto the board, and that is kind of it. Also, Pure Gaia really struggles to pop back row. Like, that's going to be the big thing, right? Like, if you're playing Metarian Gaia, you could play like 2 Dragon's Inferno, you can play like 2 or 3 Ashura Star. You can destroy all of your opponent's back row without much effort, but the Pure version doesn't have that option. You've basically got to play like you could still play the Dragon's Inferno, but you're not going to have the extra bosses that can pop back row. Hello, Zigali, welcome, welcome. They use the Korean arts, that's how they put the censored versions for us in Duel Links. I didn't know that, that's pretty cool. Anything in TCG as well, they censor until they do another Lost Art box. It seems really weird to me that you would censor it and then give us the uncensored versions in a separate set. That just seems really like... What's the point? Either censor it forever or don't censor it at all, right? So Jasper here, not... Ooh, okay, we are playing the Fortitude Dragon. I guess that's because of the low damage output of Gaia, sometimes? I don't know if that's necessary. Let's see what happens. I mean, Dekoboko's made top 8, so we'll see what he does here. Although, to be fair, Dekoboko has only won 1 game to get here. He basically had a bye in the first round. Dude, a big think turn. Huge think turn. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but it is Konami, so nothing has to make sense by their standards, it seems. Yeah, it's just very strange, right? It's just very strange. What you think being the top decks for the KC? So for GRF, it's most likely going to be Gaia Metarian everywhere, and then the meta will form around it, right? So I think Gaia Metarian will be probably just straight up the most played. Then you'll see some Psychic, you'll see some Dragon, and then you'll see people trying to build decks specifically to beat Gaia Metarian, because it's going to be what most of the field is. In which case you could see some experimentation. So, like, it's like we were saying earlier, like, Pyro could see a little bit of play, like, maybe Cyberse. I don't know, like, 100% if we're going to see any of that, but for the most part, we're expecting Gaia Metarian to be the big deck, right? I mean, Sidra will probably still see some play. Sydra's still pretty good at getting out 3 guys. It's still relatively consistent. You can just kind of kill people out of nowhere randomly sometimes. It's one of those things where over the course of the second stage, the meta quite often will have like a big shift. And that is going to be Jasper taken out by the Pure Gaia because he drew no summonable monsters. And this is something that also the Gaia deck can just do. You can just open really bad and just die. I actually have been knocked out of the last, I think, 3 tournaments I've played in either the top 8 or the top 4 because I just have 2 games back-to-back of just, like, unplayable hand. And the deck can just produce those hands, and it sucks when it happens, especially when they happen back-to-back, but it does happen. Wait, did Dekoboko win? He won 2-1 against Jasper? Interesting. Interesting. So Pure Gaia is advancing into the top 4. Different countries outside of Japan having different laws considering media censorship. So Konami just goes the lazy route and edit the art so it's safe globally. I guess, because I assume it's less about censoring it for specifically, like, the European countries in America and more, like, everywhere else it gets put, because for the most part, we don't really give a shit, right? Like, China has, like, the country with, like, the big censorship laws. If those counter Metarian decks become popular, maybe Metari and Gaia will shift to TCB. Yes, we have already seen some people playing TCB. The tournament-winning deck from yesterday in Cloudies was on 2 TCB. So, what's the top 4? At the moment, the top 4 is Pure Gaia. It is Gaia Metarion. And it's a deck, I don't know what it is, because we haven't seen Shimei-chan play whatsoever yet. I don't believe they've been on stream at all. So, I would assume now we're going to jump into Lyron versus Ica, which will be the last top 8 game going on. But they might jump straight into a top 4 game. So far we only know this Gaia. We did see Polaris beat Saulus, so we do know that that was a Gaia Metarian versus Hero, so we do know Gaia Metarian has made it into top 4 on the other side of the bracket. Press F for Jasper. Yeah, rest in peace, Jasper. Alright, so now we'll just wait for Apaki to jump into the next game. So it's either going to be Dekoboko versus Shimei-chan or Lyron versus Ica Furua. So Ica is quite a well-known member of the community. Quite commonly does place well. Lyron is a name I've seen around, but I don't really know a ton about them. Dekoboko, I think everyone knows. Like Dekoboko, at least everyone that follows the Japanese community. Now, I wonder how Konami feels having potentially released a Tier 1, Tier 0 deck for free. It's... On one hand, it's like a good thing. On the other hand, it's like awful. The problem isn't necessarily that they've released a really strong deck for free, so much as they've done it right before a GRF. Which now means... Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think the meta was in a great spot before the new box came out. But all we're really doing is trading, like, one crazy strong deck for another crazy strong deck. So it's like, ugh. We'll see in GRF if it's actually Tier 0. Yes. I mean, the last GRF we had was dominated by Psychics, right? Right, we are going into the top 4 games. This is Dekoboko versus Shimei-chan. So we have not seen what Shimei-chan is on yet. Based on the fact we're on an archive skill, we're going to assume it's some sort of Gaia. So this is going to be pure Gaia versus Gaia question mark. It's a good thing for the community, not for their wallet. I mean, is it good for the community though, right? It's good in the sense that you can now very affordably have a playable deck that's really strong. But now, if you really don't like Gaia Mirrors, you're going to have a horrid experience on ladder. Last GRF, the deck to beat was considered Dark Galaxy until the Thursday before GRF. Yes, exactly. Like, statistically, Dark Galaxy was performing better until Light Galaxy suddenly came out of nowhere. Now, I always thought that Light Galaxy was going, or like, I always thought that the Psychic deck was going to be stronger. But we don't know until it actually happens, right? But hello, Sakadetsu. Welcome, welcome. Is Gaia the best deck? Yes, it is indeed Gaia the best deck. So I didn't actually see what we tributed to get to this board. So I don't know if this is Metarian or not. I wasn't really paying attention. We are going to add the polymerization and... Okay, so do we have another battle tested in hand, or do we have the vanilla? Because that gives us a little bit more information. They look like the battle tested, so we are going to make a second Swift. So we're going to have double piercing. Now, this is the pure build, which means these sets could be like Siesta Torero and have very low defense. But they also could be like Harvey and have like 1,000 defense. So let's be honest, we knew Psychic was best deck. True. We did hit 2 relatively high defense monsters, but we still took off 3,400 life points, which is actually huge. Now, that is, however, Shimei-chan's big turn spent. We have already used that skill to give us the free +2, including the poly. But it does look like, since we do have the Sword Dancer in the grave, that this is going to be Gaia Metarium. I did play that, but was coping. RIP. I mean, Dark Galaxy was, like, very simple to play, and I think it did make it kind of appealing, and it won games very, very quickly. It sort of reminded me in a lot of ways, and Light Galaxy was in the same boat, where it felt like if you're playing an RTS and you, like, cannon rush someone, like, you just kind of do very simple, very go, 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 try and win the game in, like, the smallest amount of time possible, bam, right? And if it worked out, it was fantastic. It felt great. If it doesn't work out, at least Dark Galaxy, though, did have a grind game, unlike Light Galaxy, which had, like, no grind game whatsoever. But yeah, I was not expecting Dark Galaxy to be that bad. Yes. I think the big thing with Dark Galaxy into into Psychic was if you can kill the Psychic player very, very quickly, you're going to be favored in that matchup. If you don't do exactly that, you're just dead, right? Although you have grind game, you can't apply enough pressure and enough damage consistently over the course of an entire game if the Psychic player gets set up, right? You have to kill them before they get going, right? Is there a top 32 breakdown already? I mean, there aren't even 32 players in this tournament, so, I mean, that's not happening. This is the top 4 match. We do have Lyron advanced. So Lyron was playing, I want to say Metarian Gaia, so I think there's a Metarian Gaia in the other side of the bracket. Oh, yeah, it's a weird one. This is a really weird timed tournament because, you know, the times you're going to get a lot of people entering your tournaments are going to be, like, late evening for the EU or kind of, like, afternoon for NA. This is, like, late evening for JP, so it's not the best time for the rest of the world, unfortunately. Like, right now, a lot of European people are going to be at work or at school, so they can't play. A lot of American players have just woken up, and therefore they don't want to play, right? So we are going to use the Secret Order to bring back the Gaia the Fierce Knight. So, I mean, breaking this board isn't difficult. The issue is we're not going to get any damage in. So we're just going to kind of hope our opponent can't bite back with what they get off the top. Yeah, but a lot of Japanese join this one. Yeah, but Japanese players aren't really tournament focused. Japanese players seem to be very, very, very much, like, point battle focused. That seems to be their primary competitive outlet. So here comes Gaia. We are going to mill the negate attack. That's pretty rough. Okay, so now we can go ahead and make a Swift Gaia, which, if we can get that card out of our hand, if it is a back row, we can get a free plus, which could be relevant if it's a trap card. So we are going to get that free plus. Unfortunately, drawing into that negate attack would have been perfect, but we did just mill a spell card, which means the likelihood we drew a spell trap is now even lower. One Assure Star, GG. I mean, yeah, there is kind of a warrior on the field now, isn't there? Warrior bros. Yeah, it's kind of sad, right? Because especially this board we've built has a dragon, a warrior, and a magical knight. So, like, we haven't left ourselves open to anything. But just having a warrior in general is such a liability. It's like, if your opponent Vritras, they can only get rid of one of these cards, right? But if your opponent, you know, just goes Assure Star, they can still just take that 2300 attack for themselves. That's why I think Pure is cope. I think, yes, Pure is very much worse than everything else, right? Straight up. But it almost feels like it's the balanced of the decks, right? Like the other two. Like, Hero Gaia is kind of cope if you compare it to Metarian Gaia, in my opinion. Like, Metarian Gaia, I feel like, just trumps Hero Gaia in almost every way. But Pure Gaia is, again, super cope compared to both of those. That's why I would like the skill to be changed to lock you into only using like level 7 fusions, for example. That would basically lock you out of using Hero and Metarian in it. It's the meme Gaia Metarian list. I used to fear JP players. They said Metarian was bad and Light Galaxy was best deck. But again, that was based on their own point battle results, right? And especially in a point battle, you are more likely to win if you can end games quickly, right? Because you have an hour and a half to get as many points as you possibly can. Well, we have a 3200 direct attack. Slime should be on. It will come down to have we used it or milled it. We have not been keeping track of that whatsoever. We are going to be using battle-tested Gaia. We'll mill the reactor, fuse into the Swift Gaia. Do they like PB because it's just a mini GRF? I mean, basically, I think just tournaments aren't really much of a thing in JP. Is just how it goes. Like, people just don't really do them. Like, this is the only, like, Japanese rush tournament straight up. Whereas we have a bunch of them, right? I think it's because we put a lot more value in that, whereas they kind of see it as, okay, well, GRF and World Championship Qualifier are our premier events, so a slimmed down version of that should be the next most competitive event. Well, we can break this board quite easily. We'll get in for what, 29? So like any normal that can be over that defense is 2900 damage. Okay, we're going to tribute out the Cursed Dragon. Then we're going to tribute over that to get a Cursed Dragon. Then I assume we're going to tribute over that to get out the Battle Tested, just to get these cards out of our hand. Oh, it's another Curse. What? We just hard drew triple Curse of Dragon and Battle Tested. So we do manage to fix it anyway. So this is going to be a big piercing attack. So this will be 600 damage, plus however much this pierces for. So this is a Metarian list, so chances are that has 500 defense, but it could have 1,000. And we have a TSA as well. Well, there we go. Deco Boko is going to win this game. Now, what do you think about the Monster Calling spell? I think the spell in a vacuum is pretty good. If you're playing a critical mass of Gaias and Curse of Dragons, then yes, it is a very good card. Because it helps you fix your bricky hands if you are playing a certain amount of them. So what I think it comes down to is if you're playing the at least one Gaia and 2 Curse of Dragon, most lists are playing 2 Curse of Dragon because it does let you potentially make like better plays, and having the extra level 5 means it can turn on your skill. Some people will play the one of regular vanilla Gaia, because then if you have a Curse of Dragon in your hand, you can search it with the skill, put that into your hand, and then you can make, again, a further extension play. So I would say there's like kind of 2 builds going around right now, where there's the, if you're playing the vanilla vanilla Gaia the Fierce Knight, then I think playing the Monster Calling is actually quite good with it, because the other thing is if you just draw random shit you don't need, you can still just send that to the graveyard. Your skill is always going to have like a Gaia the Fierce Knight or a Curse of Dragon in your graveyard, which now means drawing into a Monster Calling is effectively drawing into a level 5. So that again turns your skill on. It will let you get out your Battle Tested very easily. And then there's the other build, which is kind of the slimline build, where you just don't bother with that. You play like 1 or 2 copies of Curse of Dragon. And if you're just playing 1 or 2 Curse of Dragon and that's the only targets for it, Monster Calling is kind of a waste of space. Why rush why? All of them are puny. Hello, Kim friend. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a lovely day. And Join Tech. What are we talking about, Join Tech? Just piercing? I like Monster Calling in Pyro and Chemicalize because the skill can add back. Monster Calling in Pyro and Chemicalize. What could you do with Monster Calling and Pyrochemical? I need to go read the card again. Because I thought they needed to have very specifics. 2000 attack or 2100 defense. What is there in Pyro that has those stats? I'm looking this up now. So he's got 1600 defense, so you can't get him back. You can't get him back. You just can't get anything back. I'm very confused as to what Manicus is going on about it. I was trying to build a DM Gaia deck with that spell, but I'm missing a few cards. Ashe. Yeah, the DM, I haven't tested DM whatsoever. I haven't really run into it, so I don't know how good it is, but I think it's probably at least worth mentioning, right? How many bosses do you run in Pyro? I saw people playing 6, but it looks bricking. So the reason to play 6 is, 1, you're going to be milling 3 cards every turn. So you're not going to realistically be drawing into all of them. And 2, the deck basically just spams guys that get out your bosses cheaper, right? So you've got, there's what, Ember, which you have 3 copies of. You've got the Legend. And then if you want to, you can play the other 2, which is the Aramagma Bear, which again just gets out bosses easier. And then there is the Secret Order, which gets out your bosses easier. So that's the reason to run a lot of them, as well as the fact that you have infinite access to your graveyard. So you have basically infinite access to Ember, so you can always reuse it, and you also have infinite access to reusing all of your bosses as well. So that's the logic to play 6. I've played 6. I don't think we ever actually bricked on it, which is, you know, saying something, considering we were playing 5 bosses in the Light Galaxy deck and bricking on it constantly. Now, which match is this, by the way? This is game 2? Well, this might be game 3 now. I was yapping, so I've now lost track. We did see Dekoboku was up a game. I don't know if the last game ended or if this is still game 2. Is that the guy that defeated Jasper? Yes, the guy on the bottom playing Pure Gaia is the guy that beat Jasper. There we go. Hello. Don't test it. DM is unplayable. Oof. Oof. I still want to try it outright, because at the very least, it'll probably make a good YouTube video of, like, you know, people being like, oh my god, Dark Magician playable. I'll be like, yeah, Dark Magician playable, guys. Imagine the thumbnail. Yeah, but what if you draw 4 turn 1? Just don't do that, Hikari. Just don't do that. So, if you draw 4 immediately, you are just screwed, right? But you could say that about any deck, right? I just use Calling to draw. Wait. I really don't like that. So you use Calling as a discard draw 1. And it does nothing else. So you just -1. Because then also, couldn't you just use the other -1 card? The, what's it called? Stealth Agic? Here comes Ashura Star. Ashura Star! Use Big Suck! Wait. How much are we going to gain here? We're going to gain 46. That'll put us up to 8,000. That's not actually lethal yet. We need 1 boss, right? Because we're going to be like 300 shy. So we just need to attack over a 23. So just like a battle-tested Gaia. Oh, there it is. That will be game. That will be lethal. So this is 100 over lethal. Which is very funny. We're just spinning plates now. We had the lethal. We're just going to keep spinning. Oh, we're going to go for the direct attack. So it is definitely over the lethal. We 100% want to guarantee this is well over lethal. We'll slam in 57, and then we will slam in directly for that 26. Exact lethal. Wrong, Hikari. Wrong. It was 2300 over lethal, actually. Alright, that was game 2. So we're going into game 3. Can Gaia make the comeback? He did. So it's already won a game, and then it got his opponent down to 100 life points. So, like, it's already somewhat proven itself. Rush players can't read and can't math. You've just described card game players in general, Kim Friend. I don't know what to tell you, mate. So he set 3 monsters in defensive position. Whoa. So that's going to be a Curse of Dragon on the right. She mathed correctly. Tomato was joking. No, don't reveal the veil, Quantum. Let him believe. All right, Harvey is going to get a free pop on the Curse of Dragon, which is always nice. We're going to activate the effect of the monster cooling. We will discard the Curse of Dragon. We will then get to bring back the Curse of Dragon. I always math correctly, of course. Exactly. I don't want to repeat that. I'm just going to let that sit. So we have just milled the polymerization. Obviously, we'd rather draw into that, use it, and then reuse it, but you know, the world we live in isn't perfect. We will summon out the mighty Swift Gaia. So we can now use the skill, and then we'll have to decide if we're going to add the fusion and the normal. So the only reason to do so would be if we have another, like, fusion material in our hand. But if we do, then we could do a really big play here. We don't, so now if we were to add, it's not really going to get us anything. So we are going to draw in. So now if we draw a material now, we're back into being in a good spot. We are going to use the skill. Thank you, Cuphead, for stopping my music. Right, we send the Curse of Dragon to the graveyard. Are we going to add? Did we draw into fusion material? It have to be a Curse of Dragon or a Gaia the Fierce Knight, because we're not playing any of the sub-engines in this deck. Tomorrow Rush everywhere, and some Orcust players come back. I know, it's going to be great, isn't it? I feel like Duel Links is in a really good spot right now, just because Rush is popping off, and Orcust is doing really well. Like, two just absolutely fantastic things for the game. It's all just Gaia. This is so boring. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Zagali. But that's the world we live in, right? Sometimes the meta is the meta, and it's not in a great spot. At the very least, it's good to know what exactly is meta and see what people are experimenting with, because we do have the GRF coming up. Some people will take the GRF very, very seriously. Okay, so we're going to do it this way, which means we are most likely just going to be setting our polymerization, and our opponent's going to know exactly where it is. I would assume we are about to find, yeah, a second copy of the Swift. So we know exactly where the polymerization is. We will activate the effect of the Swift, get another draw. If that's a monster, we can get it out of a hand, which is pretty good. If it's a spell trap, okay, we did get a monster to set. We're not playing it face up. I mean, that could be very telling. It could also just mean it's not something we want to play. We will get in for a ridiculous amount of damage. 1,200 life. Imagine if that set monster is something like a Siesta Torero, and we've just absolutely missed lethal. So now we will see what Shime-chan has in response. We're starting off by setting a load of back row. That's usually not a good sign. And that is going to be Pure Gaia advancing to the finals. I will say, last week we did see Pure Gaia taking the win in Angel Cup. So in Japanese tournaments, the Pure Gaia seems to be doing all right. I mean, let's be honest. The Metarian list did not draw particularly well there. But definitely the Pure Gaia was taking advantage of the fact that the Metarian player has a lot of low defense monsters. We're just spamming out piercing, just absolutely ramming into it as hard as you can. So I assume now we're going to jump over to Lyron versus Polaris, which is the other top 4 game. And I believe this, we should already know, was Gaia Metarian versus Gaia Metarian. Normal Gaia was taking advantage of the bad build of his opponent. I mean, you know, made it to top 4. The person that just got knocked out beat the person that beat Hikari, right? So by that logic, he's like twice as good as Hikari, right? I'm pretty sure that's how the maths works out. Gaia is best deck. I mean, is it pure Gaia is best deck though? That's the question. On the bad deck. Where's Dragons and Psychic? Did they insta-lose versus Gaia? The thing is, because we don't have an entire breakdown, we don't know how many were even in this event. That is the biggest issue. We know that I think Hikari was playing Dragons. That is the only one we know about. And Hikari did get knocked out in the first round. But that isn't the entire story of the meta though, because Giorfio, a couple days ago, did just win a tournament with Psychic. Psychic has been hitting top 4 in Western tournaments. So there goes the negate attack for Matarian top 4. So in this tournament, it was Matarian, Gaia. Pure, I believe. We're going to be activating, bringing that back. Is the player on the bottom here, which is... This should be Polaris, right? We already know Polaris is playing, but he's playing Secret Order, which is interesting. It's the Gargoyle! So we're going to absorb the attack, and then we just pretend back row doesn't exist. Oh, the guard coming in clutch! Yeah, so it is Matarian, we can see, because of the reactor. The guard is actually so good in this format. We are playing double... Okay, so this is the double Secret Order build. I'm not... I still am not the biggest fan of the Secret Order in this list, to be honest. Like, I don't mind playing the Vanilla Gaia at 1 copy. I don't really like playing Order with it. Like, it feels very, like, just win immediately or die. Cool, Parko. Parko! I see, personally, I've been struggling on ladder playing Psychics, and it's probably because I'm a noob. The Psychic deck is most likely the most difficult deck to play in Rush. Now, I'm not going to say it's, like, super duper hard, right? It's not, like, an insanely difficult deck. But it is noticeably more complex than the other decks in the format. Secret Order is so cope, and somehow they do good in tourney because they draw custom hands. I mean, that's just kind of Rush, right? Sometimes you just draw a custom hand. Trap Hole comes down! Is that going to be enough? We are still going to have access to that Ashura Star. Ashura Star can still pop a back row. We are going to hit a polymerization, a fusion. We've got to make sure we keep that distinction. And then we will just attack over with the boost from the skill for lethal damage. And that is Lyron advancing 2-0 to the finals. So we already knew what the finals was going to be, but it's going to be the not Secret Order version versus the pure Gaia. But Secret Order is a free boss that can activate the skill. Also, it has Oblivion in the card art, so it's cool. Well, the thing is, the cards you would play instead of Order would be like Restart, which is also like the boss. I think it comes down to, if you want to try and summon multiple Matarian bosses in a single turn, I genuinely think that the Restart is better. But it kind of depends, right? It kind of depends. Based the good build 1. Well, let's see what happens here. Is Deco Boko or Lyron going to be our Angel Cup 39 champion? Let's find out. Now, this was the finals of the last tournament as well. It was Matarian Gaia versus Pure. Oh, you meant in the Matarian version? Yeah, it was a Matarian version playing the Secret Order that just got knocked out. But that same Matarion, who was playing the double Secret Order, did beat Saulus, and Saulus is the player that beat Bismuth. And also they did beat Gozu as well. So they've taken down some pretty big names. No, then it sucks. Ooh. Alright, we are going to see Essel come down. We haven't seen much Essel resolving today. But Essel is still absolutely busted in this format. You can just win games entirely off the back of Essel if you get a good mill. Am I a big name, Tomato? Well, you did top 4 yesterday, so I guess we could promote you to, like, big-ish name. I think that would probably be fine. I might have to talk to the world champion about it, though, because usually he gets the final say. And there goes the negate attack off the top! That's gotta feel bad. So we are going to fuse together our monsters and create Swift Gaia. We've got 2 cards stuck in hand. What are we doing with these? Are we slamming them both down? We're doing a bit of a think. So, a lot of these defensive monsters could just have 500 defense. Yes, Akari is a big name, but she doesn't have the confidence of a champion. I see, I see. That is an important distinction to know. So, we are going to... I don't know why we wouldn't draw first, unless it's because we didn't want to mill the vanilla. I think I would almost always draw first before using the skill there. And there goes the negate attack. Now, is this going to be the decider? Is the fact that one negate attack got milled and one got resolved going to decide this? I will train under a waterfall before the qualifiers. Well, don't get sick. If you train under a waterfall, you'll probably just catch a cold. I don't know how warm it is in Italy at the moment. Actually, I assume in Italy it's actually not that bad. We are going to see Gargoyle get flipped up. This is enough to turn the skill on. Hello, Cat Lord. Hey, Tomato. I have a friend of mine who's big in Yu-Gi-Oh! Normal Player. Whenever I talk to him about Rush, he always seems to think the game isn't game that needs as much thinking as normal Yu-Gi-Oh! And I don't know how to explain to him that the game isn't as vanilla as he thinks it is. How could you sell it to a normal Yu-Gi-Oh! Player? Realistically, it is not as complicated. It straight up isn't. It is designed to not be as complicated as regular Yu-Gi-Oh! That being said, regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so insanely complicated compared to every other card game that it's not a fair comparison. Basically, you should compare Rush Duels to, like, Magic the Gathering, Card Fight Vanguard, One Piece trading card game, the Digimon trading card game. You can't really compare any other card game to Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. There is nothing remotely close to Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG in terms of complexity. Now, some would make the argument Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG is, like, needlessly complex, because there's, like, lots of weird little intricacies in Yu-Gi-Oh!, like missing the timing, like, if something isn't a when-if, or an or a then, right? All these different, like, slight differences in word can drastically change how a card resolves. It's like, does this card target? Does it not target? Does this card get to choose, you know, targets, quote-unquote, at resolution, or do you do activation? Like, a lot of newer players just really struggle with that sort of thing. So my argument would be, don't treat Rush like it's meant to be a counterpart to TCG. Compare it to every other card game, right? That's what I would say anyway. She will top with Umi base Hikaru. Well, she's got to actually play it first, but she hasn't got the confidence to do so. Do the draw training like that one Tarzan guy from GX. So you've got to make sure you grab the egg sandwich. I need that. I don't like Gargula. What is Gargula? Is that like Granganus? Rush is like normal Yu-Gi-Oh! If they fixed everything that's wrong with it. So in my opinion, the things that are bad about normal Yu-Gi-Oh! Is... The thing is, it's hard to like say what's like objectively bad, because it's always going to be very subjective. But for me, it's the fact that some cards are just like unbelievably powerful compared to others. Like there's generally quite a large disparity. And a lot of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be seen as not having much in the way of interaction. That is going to be Matarian taking game 1. Because like there is quote-unquote interaction, but like it's a lot of interaction that says, I get to play the game and you don't, right? It's like, I'm going to make 6 negates and a floodgate, and if my plan works, you don't get to play the game. And then hand traps become a necessity because of that, and then hand traps also just exist to stop your opponent from playing the game. And I feel like modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is more of a game about stopping your opponent playing the game as much as you possibly can. Whereas, like, Speed and Rush and a lot of other TCGs have a lot more in the way of, like, actual interaction. Now, obviously, there are going to be some parallels that, like, overlap, especially between, like, Speed and TCG. But I think overall, TCG is basically just that. And there is going to be intricacies there, right? But, like, if you're a new player coming in, then that's what the game is going to be for the most part. Hello, Murata. How are you doing? Notice me, then continue yapping. Listen, we have to get to the end of the point, otherwise we'll lose the point. Discard for cost versus discard for effect used to be tough back when I played Dark Ones. The thing to remember is, though, especially when you played back in today, that would probably be, like, between, like, before and after problem-solving card text was introduced. And before problem-solving card text, it was actually insane trying to dissect what a card did. Thanks for that. And when you think of it like that, it makes sense why he would hate it, because we both met through Cardfight Vanguard. He stopped Vanguard because he hated the fact that luck determined a lot of the matches. That's probably another reason he doesn't like Rush as much. So Vanguard is a really difficult comparison, because Vanguard has the trigger mechanic, and the trigger mechanic is extremely directly luck focused, right? There is a literal tangible, if you just flip the top card of your deck and it is this, something good or something bad happens, or you win and lose because of that trigger. Now, Cardfight Vanguard isn't actually that much luck focused. It just looks like it is, and it is very easy to point at this one thing and go, because of that, it is very RNG. Rush is a little bit more subtle, in the sense that you draw 5 cards each turn, and you're like, oh, 5 cards, that means you have lots of different options, but it doesn't end up feeling like that a lot of the time. Because although you do draw 5 cards, you end up using a lot of those as resources for other cards, like Tribute Summoning, for example, right? That being said, there isn't that much in the way of consistency tools for Rush, right? There are some in OCG. There's a lot less in, like, Duel Links. We basically have the skills as our replacement for consistency tools. And sometimes they make things too consistent, and sometimes they don't make things consistent enough. And that leads to a large disparity between good and bad decks. So, like, it's a very, like, nuanced conversation to have. But fundamentally, if someone just doesn't like something, they probably just won't like it. A lot of the time, if someone is like, I actively just don't like this thing, and they don't really want to elaborate why, or they give a very simplified explanation, you're not realistically going to change their mind. They've already decided they don't like it, and that's just the mindset they're just now going to have. OT triggers, luck is what most people hating on luck. OTs are a completely different conversation, though. OTs are actually toxic. I hate over triggers so much. It's the main reason I never got really back into playing physical Vanguard, is because over triggers are so... I feel like they're detrimental to the game, right? They're meant to be this, like, really cool comeback mechanic, but both players have access to them at all times anyway, so it never, like, feels like that. And it's just, if you flip over an over trigger, you can just win or lose the game entirely off of that, depending on when it got flipped over, right? So, like, I'm not a big fan, personally. And sometimes they're backwards. Fix my plant skill, Konami. Yeah. I mean, I assume we'll get a new plant skill when the next wave of plant support comes in. The issue in Vanguard is the overtrigger hate it. For Rush, I feel it's scary that skills let us search cards directly from the deck. Yes. It's one of those, like, the game of Rush is balanced around not searching. You're supposed to dump stuff in the graveyard and then use your graveyard as a toolbox. That's what most, quote-unquote, like, consistent decks do. But we don't have a lot of those cards yet. And the skills have done a lot to make the game better and make it a lot more diverse. The Rush Duel Links formats have been a lot more diverse than the OCG formats, up until, you know, like, I guess, like, Go Rush Fusions probably is when stuff started getting, like, really diverse. Skill and Duel Links make the game more complex because it's more options. I would say yes and no. Some skills will make the game simpler by locking you into playing certain cards. So you've cut out a lot of the complexity by narrowing the card pool. And then some skills also are very restrictive in how you can use them, and therefore tunnel you into playing a specific way. So I think it does depend on the skill. But in general, yes, I would agree. So we are going to see Dragon's Inferno come down. We are going to pop the back row, which is going to be a Talismanic Seal Array. What are we going to see? Is the Gaia player going to have some sort of comeback, or is this going to be a quick 2-0 to the Metarian player? Metarian Gaia sweep. We're going to activate the skill. Unfortunately, 26 is not big enough to deal with any of this. Bring that Grasslet Screener to rush and play the deck, Reptile deck with the anime to have like a 4k beat stick turn 1. Just something funny I thought when I saw that in the anime. Grasslet Screener is so weird as a card though. How many Metarian have he faced the finals? Who are we talking about specifically? The Pure. Because Pure played against 2 back-to-back at the very least. I don't know what Hao was playing when he played against him. Yeah, so his last 2 games, at the very least, were both against Metarian Gaia. So we have a card stuck in hand. Wait. What? Did we use the skill and not go for the draw? Why wouldn't we go for the draw? Is Dekoboko like just like panicking? There might be the pressure might be getting to him. Because he definitely had the opportunity to get a free draw there and he chose not to take it. So now this whole game could be down to this 50-50. And that might be it. Because he might have just won the 50-50. By the way, does banishing exist in Rush? Because my friend who plays OCG Rush told me Seven's Road gets a Miracle Fusion. So there is no banishing. Any card that is a retrain of a card that would banish from TCG puts it back into the deck. So you just shuffle it into the deck or you put it on the bottom of the deck. So Miracle Fusion, I think, is shuffle into deck. But there are some other cards that put it on the bottom. Like I think Bazoo the Soul Eater puts them on the bottom. That sounds insane. I mean, it's good and bad. It's good because refilling the deck is obviously good. Your deck is a resource, effectively. And that is going to be 2-0, by the way, to the Metarian player. So it's good for, like, some reasons. It's bad for others, right? No negates, no deck searches. Yes. But, like, because there's no banish, you can't take advantage of the banish zone, right? You can't just, like, abuse it. In the sense of, you know, using things like Return for the Different Dimension or Dimension Fusion. Those sort of effects, right? Well, we'll go ahead and what we should probably do is not have Quantum Rush here. So we'll do this, and then we'll change this to Angel 39. And we'll go ahead and just start updating this a little bit. This was Gaia Metarian again. This was Gaia Metarian again. What else was it? I don't think we ever actually got to see... Did we get to see a Squid Game? Oh, I shouldn't say it like that. That would get some people excited. Either replay, by the way, or are you doing another tournament? No, there's no tournament. We're going to do a tier list update is the plan. But we can watch the replay if you want. Let's sort this out. I don't actually know if we're on the right account even at the moment. I don't think we are. So I'll have to swap it over. So I guess for now we'll leave this up. Just while we like fiddle around with our accounts. Because we are currently on our speed account, which means we don't have... Should be on the friends list on that one, I believe. We will also go ahead and change this. Do that and then that. There we go. That looks a bit nicer, doesn't it? But yeah, I need to work out what at least some of these tournament results were. So we'll be doing that briefly as we kind of finagle this. So there's Jasper versus... So that was that game. So that's completely fine. The issue is I don't think we saw many other players play. I think we want to have a quick check to see if Lyron versus Icaflower was played, but I don't think it was. We know that one of the top 8 was Hero Gaia. So go ahead and update that. Nope. I don't think we found out what anyone else was playing, so we might just have to leave those blank. Does Rush have, like, a card that's Boogeyman similar to Dad in TCG or True King? If we're talking about, like, OCG and, like, right now, it would probably be... So not really, because, like, the parallel would be that the card on its own wins you the game. There isn't really that, but there is a card called Ryozai. That is a, like, similar type of effect. It's not a similar type of... It's a similar type of card where it's, like, it's kind of splashable. You can play it in a lot of different decks. Second replay. Okay, let's watch Shui's second replay. Let's take a gander at what Shui was doing. I assume this is going to be the Necros deck. Jaden versus Taya Gardner. We have Dark Lord Zerato, right? We do, but Dark Lord Zerato, like, is like a fine card, but it's not like the Boogeyman, right? It's not the kind of card that you're seeing in everyone's deck. You're not even really seeing it much played at all. Magic Cylinder is the most hated Rush OCG card. I mean, that is kind of true, but again, it's not really like a boss monster that kind of does everything. So we're going to see Priestess come down. We're going to grab the Shuret. We're going to activate Cycle. Shuret effect, use it for all of the material. And then we summon forth a Red Bear. And use Shuret's second effect. We're going to go ahead and grab Kloss. Basilisk effect. We're going to go ahead and grab the Kaleidoscope. We'll use our skill to let us put some cards back into our deck and grab Brionac and Ariel to hand. And then we just pass. Dragonic Contact is going to come down. It's going to let us get out a Rainbow Dragon. Polymerization is going to be added to the hand. We will flip up the Rainbow Dragon, activate the Neos Fusion, and we'll summon out the Brave Neos. Okay. We are going to go ahead and use our Gungnir and protect our monster. We'll activate Brionac's effect, which will let us grab Unicorn. We'll go ahead and activate Kaleidoscope, which is going to get hit with Cursed Sealer, the Forbidden spell. Okay. Necros of Unicorn is going to come down. Let us get Cycle back to hand. So Kaleidoscope is now off for the rest of the game, but we can still use Cycle. We can no longer use Cycle. Neos Fusion will protect the Brave Neos. We do still have 2 cards in hand. We'll go ahead and get out the regular Neos and then add Poly. We're going to activate the Poly just to make the... Wait, what? Okay, we're going to make Sunrise. I don't know what's in the hand. We haven't really been keeping track, but in my mind, I was like, well, don't we just make... Well, I suppose if we had the Negate, Stratos comes down, grab Liquid, and then Valkyris is going to basically Waboku the turn. Kaleidoscope. Surprised we can use that, like, since it was curse sealed. So we're going to add a Red Bear to hand, activate a Red Bear. Go ahead and grab the Shuret. Use the skill again, put a card back, add a card to hand. We'll add the Valkyris. Add the Brionac. Activate the Brionac again, add Trish. Activate Mirror. Shuret's effect is going to let it be used as all of our material. And we will go into Trish. Push effect is going to activate. And we'll banish 1 from hand, deck, or hand, field, and graveyard. Dragonic Contact is going to be activated and grab the Armed Dragon level 10. We'll also just create polymerization, so we have fodder for our Armed Dragon level 10 if we want to. We'll just attack over for 300. We're going to activate the Brionac we drew off the top to grab the Arid Bear once again. Activate Arid Bear's effect. We'll send Shurit and Ariel. We will go ahead and get back the Brionac once again. We'll use the skill and we'll add the Trish, and we're going to add Mirror. Activate Mirror, which is going to be met with another Curse Seal of the Forbidden Spell. So we are kind of all spent on ritual spell cards at this point. Sunrise is going to be made. But we should have the Valkyris in hand, so we're not going to die this turn. Miracle Fusion is going to get added. Valkyris is going to come down. Activate Brionac's effect to grab the Arid Bear. Arid Bear's effect. Necros of Dragonflame. We're going to put hard back, add the Valkyris, and add back the Brionac. So Brionac can let us search. Valkyris is just going to, again, protect us. Are we just going to deck him out? Because we literally cannot perform another ritual summon? Is that where this is going? Alright, Valkyris comes down. As long as we keep having cards to banish, we can just keep doing this. Brionac's effect is going to add the Valkyris. Arid Bear's effect. Dragonflame is going to put a card back, add 2 to hand, but we will deck out before him if this continues. I believe we're spending 2 cards every turn to do this. Although our opponent did just search. So Valkyris is going to once again stop us from dying. Oh, okay, we're on the live twins. I think this is the first live twins that we've seen in the entire game. So go ahead and get blue. Blue brings that back, link into pink. Pink effect, bring back blue. Blue then gets a pop. So now we're going to link them off into, I can only assume, back into blue. Then that'll get pink. Pink gets us a draw. Oh no, we're just going to end on this. Okay, so this now means that we have a quick effect pop. Is a quick effect pop going to be enough? Do we have the Valkyris back in hand as well? I've completely forgotten. So there's our quick effect pop. Sunrise effect. Valkyris is going to protect. We did still have the Valkyris. We get the draw from pink. We're going to link those off. What are we making now? Link 3. Nightmare Unicorn. So this will let us spin one. And that's going to be the game. That was a very, very strange game. You're not wrong, Shui. You're not wrong. Exodia to Rush Duel when? Never give up. Never surrender. I don't know if we will ever see Exodia in Rush, you know. I don't think it's really, like... I don't think it really works, like, with how the game wants to be played. This was SP, so that was Saulus. We already saw that. Let's get a quick dart through to make sure we didn't miss anything. I think it was just these two for, like, forever. They just had, like, such a long game 1 that we didn't really get to see what anyone else was on. Yeah. So because those two had such a ridiculously long game, we don't get to see what any of these other decks were, which is a bit of a shame. But it is what it is. My most hated Rush card? Oh, Jest. I mean, Jest is very powerful. Back when it was at 3 copies, it was much worse. So, you know. Alright, let's just make sure these are all ordered how we want them. Okay, so let's take a look. We have... Currently, the best performing deck by a mile is the Gaia Matarian. I mean, it doesn't... It's not too surprising, right? Like, we take a look at the decks that are winning. It's a Gaia, Gaia Matarian, Gaia Matarian, Gaia Matarian, Psychic, Gaia Matarian, Gaia Matarian. So there is just a lot of Gaia Matarian winning tournaments right now. That's not really anything too shocking or anything too surprising, realistically. Then it gets a bit more interesting. Psychic Fusion has managed to win a tournament and is the second best represented right? Realistically, we've had 9 top 8 finishes for the Psychic Fusion, which is tied with Dragons. HTI format 2.0. The thing is, HTI format is a really weird one, because in terms of actual tournament results, HTI format wasn't, like, that bad, right? If we go Evolving Rising Heart, so this was HTI format. Like, Royal Rebels had 2 tournament wins. They top 4'd 31 times. Like, the issue we had with HTI format is that it was right as a GRF came out, which made it so much worse because you played so many games, like, so close together. Like, this was the format after HTI format, and Death Doom Requiem already just overtook it. So, like, it came out, didn't have that big of a splash in tournament, and then immediately got nerfed and replaced. It's so fun. Who won in the end? It was our... What was his name? It was Lyrus. It was Lyron, and Lyron was playing the non-pure version, the Metarian version. So we can come back over here. Yeah, Gaia Metarian did end up taking it. We're about to have a GRF. History repeats itself. I mean, potentially. It depends if the skill does get nerfed. I think it would be silly not to nerf it, right? Like, surely it would be silly not to nerf it. But first thing I want to do, I want to talk to you guys, right? I want to ask you guys the question. Is there anything that you think is missing from this? Was there anything you were expecting to get some tops that just hasn't topped? Like Cyber Dragon. Were we expecting to see like a couple Cyber Dragon top 8s over the last week? Machine Good Stuff. Now, we basically only have Ursus as our champion of Machine Good Stuff, but, you know, there's that. Hitbox released a lot of new good decks. This one has only Gaia, and people don't want to play old decks. I mean, very true. Especially early on. Like, people are going to like want to just play all the new stuff. Santa Mill. Well, Santa Mill, were you expecting Santa Mill to perform well? I was expecting one Dark Galaxy top, not going to lie. Dark Galaxy is an interesting one. I mean, if we go back to the last format, Dark Galaxy was down here. It had a grand total of 4 top 4 finishes and 9 top 8. So, like, that's not, like, awful. It's not anything crazy, right? Today, I'll try Cyberse and Quantum Meme Tournament. Quantum Meme Tournament is the best place to try out all of your wacky, wondrous inventions. I will be expecting when we get the second copy of Santa. But other than that, this is the meta. Yeah, I'm just wondering if, like, any of these other decks would be, like, high rogue / tier 3 if they were seeing play. Or not. Because, I mean, realistically, the meta can just, like, stop here. Right? We don't really need to go below Gaia Hero. Like, this is the meta. It's Gaia Metarian, Psychic Dragon, Gaia E-Hero, and Gaia Hero. Those are the decks seeing play. Those are the decks getting tops. Nothing else is really close, realistically. Like, we've had a top 4 from Sea Serpent and Noodles, but they're not... Let's be honest, right? They're not going to be competing. Sea Serpent. The real meta threat. Sea Serpent, why else would they limit the boss to 3 and the spell to 1? So the spell to 1 does make sense, to be fair. The spell is very good. And when we get the future support, will be even better. It was a card that did see a ridiculous amount of play in the OCG. So that does kind of make sense in terms of them seeing how it went in one version of the game and try and prepare the other one for it, right? It's sad that the box decks aren't doing much. What do you mean? Sea Serpent's right here. It's right there. I mean, it kind of depends how you look at it, right? E-Hero got new support, and that's doing alright. And that's again, the pure version. Yeah, that's kind of it. Pyro has potential trust. I mean, I want to believe. I'm just not sure. Yeah, first week of the box. I mean, yeah, first week is always going to be... The first week is never going to be representative, but it is always a good time. And it was always fun to, like, see what you can derive from it. Sea Serpent and Ass, though. Yes, I am not expecting Sea Serpent to really do much more. But this was our last tier list, right? This was basically how we landed on where everything ended up last time. So this was like Dragon Psychic best deck. I still think this is for the most part true, right? We did see this pretty much holding true to the last format. I mean, if we go and take a quick gander. we can see that we ended on Dragon Psychic, then Cyber Dragon Metarion. Oh, look, Cyber Dragon Metarion. Then Machine Dark Galaxy. Machine Dark Galaxy is down a little bit compared to where, like, it ended up here. Then it was Red Boot Cointech. I mean, Cointech isn't even on here, but Red Boot was here. Like, we gave Light Galaxy a bit of the benefit of the doubt, but Light Galaxy didn't end up living up to our expectations, which was a bit disappointing, at least not in tournament results. Pyro has potential, but potential means nothing right now. I'll believe in water when Phaser gets added. The problem is, Phaser plays a dark deck, so it's a bit awkward there, because he plays dark Sea Serpents. Duelists are sleeping on Pyros. I mean, we'll see. I mean, if Pyro starts getting a lot of tops, suddenly people won't be sleeping on it, right? Where did Sidra go? Do people even join with them? I think that's a big question mark, right? A lot of people were playing Sidra because it was a familiar deck that was quite easy to get hold of. And now we have a new familiar deck that's quite easy to get hold of. So maybe all the Sidra players have just swapped onto Gaia. Oh, actually, I'm sad that Jointech isn't doing anything. Wish the skill wasn't so restricted. Yeah, we haven't seen it do anything yet. But then again, I don't think many people have, like, tried it even. It's quite underwhelming when you read it. I think Toti brought it to a tournament and then, like, scrubbed out. But, I mean, who doesn't? But. The question first off is, where do we move all this stuff to? Do we still think that both Psychic and Dragon are tier 1? I'm kind of leaning towards yes. I think either... Put it this way, I think these two both deserve to be in the same tier. I think you could make an argument for Gaia Metarion to be a solo tier 1, just based on the data. But I don't know if I fully subscribe to that. Is that the Medabots GBA OST? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is Medabots RPG Battle Theme 1. There you go. There you go. You have good ears. So I, personally... In fact, let's just go ahead and grab the Boogeyman and throw him in immediately, right? Either these all stay together up here, or I straight up do this, right? I think, personally, I'm quite happy to leave these all in tier 1 for now. It's very difficult to make or try and make accurate predictions based on just first week worth of data. But I think these three decks are still going to be able to compete. I think the next thing is, though, these have to come down. Dragons didn't do anything? What do you mean? Dragons are... They're right here, Quantum, see? They got 4 points in the top 4. They're just behind Psychic, and they just haven't won a tournament yet. They've gotten 2 second-place finishes. Like, the difference between Dragon and Psychic is Psychic managed to win one of the games, whereas Dragon's lost 2 of them. That's, like, the only difference. Like, if Psychic drew a bit worse, then Psychic would be in the exact same spot as Dragon still. If Dragons drew a little bit better, maybe they'd be doing better. Which one is Elemental Gaia? What is Elemental... Or Hero Gaia? Hero Gaia is, like, this. Gaia Hero. So for me, I think we probably do Hero Gaia here. And then Pure Hero, probably just behind it. I think you can comfortably move down, realistically. And then it kind of just comes down to, like, a lot of the new decks. I mean, Pure Gaia as well. Like, does Pure Gaia go here or here? Like, it's such an awkward one. Like, I feel like Gaia feels noticeably weaker than, like, Hero Gaia, but... Is it weaker than Heroes? Like, again, going by the data, it should be above. I think Hero Gaia is better than Dragon. I mean, potentially. There is potential for that. But then do you think Hero Gaia is better than Psychic? Because again, statistically, these decks are still very, very close to each other. I hope they change the skill to make Gaia not work with Metarion, but I hope Hero Gaia can still be a thing. I mean, they could do that if they wanted. It's quite easy to say, like, your extra deck can only have Magical Knights, Warriors, and Dragons. I never played the matchup. Yeah. But I think Psychic is better than Dragon 2. The thing is, though, historically, like, if these two play against each other, then Dragons has been coming out as the victor, right? Not by a lot, to be fair. If we go back and take a look, like it's 11 to 12, right? Now, if we take a look at points overall, it's still 134 to 88, so that's quite a landslide. But in terms of actual tournament results and tournament wins, it's very, very close. What advantage does Psychic have in this meta? Well, Psychic is able to basically just gain a bunch of life points, which they can't necessarily get, like, one-tapped through. If the Gaia player isn't able to apply enough pressure early, it can just get a little bit out of hand, and you just won't be able to catch up. Yeah, but if you look at their matchup in this meta, I mean, it's not an easy thing to break down, right? It's like, if we take a look at the matchups, I would say most of the time Dragons beat Psychic, but Dragons probably lose to Gaia Metarion a bit more. So it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors. But even then, I don't know if Psychic, like, actually has a super favorable matchup into the Gaia Metarion. I think Gear 1 Meta Gaia Dragons are Psychics, Tier 2 Hero Gaia Pure Gaia, Tier 3 Machine Pulse Sidra Red Boot, Rest High Rogue. Not even Pure Hero? Pure Hero is doing alright? What are you talking about? Look, this is performed okay. And I think the deck's having the new tool in Burst Wingman, I think is actually really good. Like, is it suddenly, like, realistically, like, a super top tier meta threat? No. But I think it's at least on par with, like, Pure Gaia. Wait, so you also don't think Pure Metarion should be in Tier 3 anymore? I haven't seen a Psychic player on ladder in a month. I mean, Psychic is... Ladder is a hard thing to quantify because there are so many more factors going into ladder. One, Psychic is not an easy deck to build. You have to go into 100 different boxes to get all the cards. Two, the deck is a lot more complicated, which means people just don't want to play it because it's more complicated to play, right? There are just a lot of factors as to why you wouldn't play it on ladder, but why it does see play in tournaments, right? It's hard to call because we haven't seen a lot of everything. Yes, that is always going to be the big scary thing. I'm actually quite happy to leave all 4 of these in Tier 3, just because, again, we haven't really had any extra data to go with yet. I think realistically, we can probably move this down to Rogue. In fact, we could probably just take some of these off the tier list. Like, we haven't basically seen these in ages. I think the rest of this can probably stay. Maybe we change Cyburst around a little bit. Hello, Dark Tuner. Welcome, welcome on in. I think I'm quite happy to go ahead and chuck Ice-Sark into Rogue. This is basically just like a shout out to Ari, who's like been performing with the Ice-Sark skill. Why is Seven's Road there? Well, you know, in the last format, it did absolutely nothing. Yeah, you're right. Seven's Road could probably come off the list at this point. It just feels weird to take Seven's Road off. It's like basically like the face of the game, and you know, just taking him off. Your hero is fine, but maybe tier 3, but not enough players to place higher. I think it's just some people coping hard. Nobody is playing Pure Metarion now, so it's Rogue in my opinion. But this isn't about like no one's playing it, so we don't rate it. It's how do we think it playstyle compares to the rest of the field, right? Are we not going for Metarion Gaia solo tier 1? Well, that was the other thing we were talking about, Jorfio. It was either this is solo tier 1 or these 3 are tier 1. It was one or the other. What does Ice-Sark do? So Ice-Sark was basically seeing play. I wonder if we can get a list up. We'd have to go and like find an Ari tournament. Let's go find out where the data was. So this was... Quantum Rush 53. Let's go check out a Quantum Rush. We'll go take a look. No! Why don't you work? That's annoying. Alright. Quantum Dailies. Cloudy Weekly. Quantum Dailies. Quantum Dailies. Quantum Dailies. Quantum Dailies. Quantum Unlimited. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Quantum Dailies. Quantum Dailies. Quantum Dailies. Quantum Dailies. Quantum Dailies. Have we gone past it? Quantum Dailies. Quantum Rush 50. Oh, it has a different image, that's why. Galaxy. Galaxy. Where is the nice new image? Am I blind? Quantum Unlimited. Cloudy, Cloudy, Cloudy. Torrent of Power. Are we actually blind, or is this just not here? Quantum Dailies. Galaxy Rush. Quantum Dailies. Quantum Rush 52. Where's 53? Is there just no 53? There's just no 53. You're blind because you passed 52 twice. No, we saw 52. We're looking for 53. I think Quantum's fucked up here. Where's 53 Quantum? He just didn't post 53. It's the only one we needed. It was the only one we needed to see the ISARC list. But the gist of the ISARC list was basically a Yami ruler deck, just not using the Yami ruler skill. Quantum, please post it now. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Tomato is stuck on DLM page at 2ED. Just trapped in limbo. No, Quantum didn't post it. We're stuck forever. But yeah, the gist was it was basically a Yami Tarasu deck with like a different skill. The gist was that you would use it to also kind of turbo out Buster Blader. It was like the Buster Blader anti-aggro deck. You can just search by its name. Yeah, but if it's not uploaded, we can't like get it, right? I mean, we could try it. Quantum Rush 53. Let's start DG. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it just wasn't posted. So we just can't do anything about it. But the point is, ISARC, I think it's probably not going to matter. I like having it on the list though, just because that kind of like is just a shout out to someone who did some like creative deck building. I DM'd you the list. Ooh, thank you, Quantum. I appreciate that. So we will go ahead and open this, and then we'll move it over to here. There we go. So yeah, it's basically like the fusion deck. It's got like the engine of going into the Ashura Star, but it also just plays like the random bosses. And it was basically like the logic here is this is meant to be an anti-meta anti-dragon deck, right? So you have the Buster Blader, which you can like turbo out. We get out our fusions because Yami Ruler can stop the summon of the dragon bosses, which will naturally stop getting them into their fusions as well. And if you do manage to get out the Semi or Yami Tarasu, you can then once again stop the fusions going out in attack mode, so you can just attack over and clear them, right? So this is like just a really cool anti-meta deck. Now again, dragons, all of a sudden, not as good. So this is now worse than it was. I would have said prior to this, maybe I would say this was like high rogue, but now this is like just rogue. It's just rogue. So then we get to like the other new decks, and I'm like, do we put Pyro in tier 3? Like, I think Pyro can beat like everything else here. Like, maybe it can't beat like pure Matarion. I think Pyro can beat Red Boot. It can beat Machine Good Stuff. It can beat Cyber Dragons. So I think this deserves tier 3. Or at least, like, if yeah, whatever tier this is going to end up being. I think it deserves to be here. Put Umi in tier 1. Yeah, it's just in the future. If you ever wants to look up any tournament reports of the LM Museum, so scrolling up through the reports. Pyro must be the same tier as Dark Galaxy. Ooh. I see what you're saying, Quantum. There is a direct parallel between the two. They do have very similar skills. Yeah, ironically, they have completely different weaknesses. All the tier 3 saw literally no results. I mean, that's fine then. We could just bump all of tier 3 down to, like, this could now be high rogue, and then this becomes rogue, right? That's fine. Like, we could literally just do that, like, right now, right? We could do this. And we'll fix our music. So we could have this as, what, 1.5. We could have this as 2. We could have this as 3. This as, like, I don't know, high rogue. And then we could, like, just absolutely bump everything down a tier. Or maybe we don't even have this as tier 3. Maybe we just have this as, like, 2, 3, high rogue, rogue. Then we have all of those down. These can all now just be high rogue. And then we could even, if we wanted to, do something like this. Like, that's just as valid, right? This is just as valid. It's literally the same deck. Is it though? Like, I get what you're saying. I do pick up what you are putting down. But I guess it kind of does depend. Like, they are very similar. I will give you that. They are very similar. Like, they both have bosses that basically get to give a power boost. They both have a card that you can send to the graveyard to cheat out a boss from your hand and give it a power boost. They both have very similar skills. One's a lot better at dealing with face-down cards. The other one's better at kind of just AoEing the board. Gaia Heroes tier 2. So you would do like this. Yeah, I don't hate this, to be honest. Because, I mean, we did say right at the start, this was the alternative, right? Just have this as like a solo tier 1. If we're going by the data, this is basically accurate anyway, right? Like, if we just go purely by data, it's going to be... Right, wrong one. Gaia Matarion on its own, because it's 45 to 14, right? That is not even comparable, right? Then Psychic and Dragon are basically touching. Pure Gaia would technically be the next after that, but I think, like, if we take a look at top 8 included, then suddenly it gets dwarfed by Gaia Hero. Gaia Hero is better than both deck in tier 2, but has a worse matchup versus tier 1. I think that is a fair statement. I think that is a fair statement. How dare you? Psychics are the best, the real best deck. So we could even do this. We can bump Psychic up one. I think that's also fine. Because again, Dragons have not been performing as well as Psychic in this current meta, technically. But again, it's very, very much a technicality, right? So we have our other like new decks to put in. Like, I don't know. This is probably here. This is probably like in a tier below Rogue, but just for the sake of not adding another tier and just to talk about where the new decks go, I want to just talk about it. So we're just gonna have it here for now. Do we even need to talk about Dark Magician? Is Dark Magician even like remotely playable? Is Dark Magician, like, better or worse than Sea Serpents? Does anyone know? Has anyone played this? And I have no idea what to do with Join Tech either. I've never played with Join Tech. I've never played against it. What's the deck left of Umi? This is the Light Galaxy Equip Spell deck. The issue is that if you see Metarian Fusion and you die, like, you cannot out it. No, what do you mean? You just, if you know, you got the one of 1,000 Knives. You can play Talismanic Seal Array, right? I lost to Dark Magician with the new Light Galaxy, so... But would you say that is representative of the matchup overruled one? Or was that just like, you lost, or did you like lose really hard in a, oh god, winning that matchup is going to be really difficult? The outs are Torero and stuff. What, to Dark Magician? I think there's plenty of outs to Dark Magician. If we're talking about, like, thingy... if we're talking about Metarion, I don't really see how Sister outs that. How is Pyro better than Dark Galaxy? Oh, okay. So Pyro is better than Dark Galaxy because look how fucking cool this boss monster looks. Right? Look how cool it is. Beyond that, which is a very important factor to take into account, the deck can play a lot of different tools that Dark Galaxy can't, right? You can play, for example, Secret Order, which does get you just like a massive guy out, which is already quite good. Also does help a lot with consistency. You could also, if you want, play something like the Noodle Art of Roastery, right? Which is something that the other decks just don't get the ability to do. So we go and take a look at this. You get to play Noodle Art of Roastery. And Noodle Art of Roastery is awesome, right? So you could slam down your board, right? Ideally, you've milled a lot. Like we're at like turn 2 or 3 in the ideal scenario here, right? We drop the Noodle Art of Roastery, boost our guys up. Ideally, drop more than one. If you can drop more than one, that's even better. Then you shuffle back cards with Salamander. Ideally, again, we've got like 2 Salamander out. We shuffle back like 6 cards after filling the graveyard. We've boosted our entire board by a ton. We've reduced their entire board by a ton. We get in for loads of damage, right? Now, this is very much a cheese strategy. There are many ways to out it, but it's something you can do with this deck that you can't do with Dark Galaxy. DM plays Torero, but you can't flip the 9+. I see. It's not. It is. Pyro is not better than Dark Galaxy. There is a heated, like, debate happening here. Let's see what happens. Dark Galaxy really sucks. Dark Galaxy tier 4, Pyro Rogue. Dark Galaxy tier 0. How do we even discuss about this? Ooh. See, the problem is, as soon as Hikari comes in with the, like, the simping, it suddenly, like, starts discrediting Dark Galaxy more than it's helping. So it's like, if we had, like, valid opinions here, then, like, we'd be like, oh, maybe Dark Galaxy would get, like, a bit of a foothold, but now it's almost slipping. Pyro is Rogue Tomato. Ooh, we got more opinions flying in. Galaxy have higher power ceiling. Pyro are more consistent and have better grind game. Both 2 sides of the same coin. I would argue that I think there is a higher power ceiling in Pyro. But I think that can be a little bit subjective. And again, it's going to depend on what build you're playing. I would say Dark Galaxy is a more well-rounded deck, right? Like, Dark Galaxy in a more diverse format, where there's a lot of different decks going around, Dark Galaxy is going to be better because, again, you have Piercing. Piercing is just really good when people are setting cards. I think because we're in a meta where people aren't setting cards as much, like, they still do, but, like, not as much, it lets Pyro get a little bit cheeky with it. Dark Galaxy always sucked. Dark Galaxy was, like, okay at one point. I don't think it was necessarily ever truly a tier 1 deck. But, like, it was like a tier 2, tier 3 for a while. Like, it was fine. I don't know how else to defend the deck, besides simping, it sucks, especially against Gaia. Yeah, I at the very least, I would not put Dark Galaxy above Chemicalize in this format. In this format specifically, I think that I would be more likely to play Pyro than Dark Galaxy. But I'm quite happy to just have them like holding hands down here. I think that's fine. You know what we'll even do? We'll also move Light Galaxy up here so it can also hold hands with Dark Galaxy. They can all just be together. They can all just hang out. There's like a nice vibe going down here in Rogue. I don't even know what to do with Red Boot these days. Like, does Red Boot even deserve to be in High Rogue rather than just Rogue? Like, it's had no results. When's the last time Red Boot did anything? It got a top 8 finish in Rush Duel Links Weekly. When's the last time it, like, top 4'd? It's only had 2 ever. There's 1. And there's the other. Like, it's barely done anything. Like, I'm legit tempted to just, like... I don't know much about Red Boot, so I have no idea. Yeah, like, the deck's, like, fine. But I just don't think it's as good as the rest of the field. And I especially don't think it's necessarily good in this format exactly. Like, Red Boot's, like, almost claim to fame is that you can do a flip-flap play. But, like, if your opponents aren't setting, then the flip-flap play doesn't mean as much. It's because I stopped playing it. Well, there you go then, Manicust. If you want the deck to bump back up. Like, even the, Machine Good stuff was, like, it was getting results. Like, it's up here. Like, I think that's a very fair High Rogue, like, spot, right? Like, it was doing well recently enough. I didn't even realize I fought you. I bricked like holy hell. Did you play? Nice game, however, you did nothing against my Tier 0 deck. Trap Hole is pretty good, though. Imagine getting hooed. Like, Monosync is like, he's literally like cues in. He's like, who's this Hikari person? Oh, what an awful name. Anyway. Bottom of Tier 3 or Rogue? If you want it to be bottom of Tier 3 or Rogue, you know, put your money where your mouth is. Like, top with it in the tournament, and then I'll move it up. She's playing Cyburst Max and sacked me. Ooh. Ooh, fighting words. It was a secret, Mono. Well, if you want to keep it a secret, you have to change your name. Alright, I suppose we'll ask the question then. Is there anything in here that looks like it's very much out of place? What we might do is add in another tier underneath. Add row below. And we'll call this, like, bad. And we might just put, like, these in here. I don't know if this even deserves to be ahead of bad. And we just put the new decks in there, because we have to talk about the new decks, like when we do a tier list video. Friendship with Red Boot ended. Pyro is my best friend now. I can't wait to see what you do with it. I also think we have to put Noodles in there. Right, the biggest annoyance, right? The biggest annoyance with this sort of thing is this, right? This is on the spreadsheet now. What that means is, even if I say a deck is bad, people will always be able to say, but it did get top 4 in a tournament, but it did get a top 4 finish. It has made it to top 4. How can you say Metarion is better than Sea Serpent and Noodles when Sea Serpent and Noodles got a top 4 and Pure Metarion didn't? It's like... It's so hard to, like, go against the data when the data is, like, It's just factual, even though, like, it's not the full picture. But I think this is how it lands, right? Like, maybe this goes up a little bit. These three can probably stay down. I mean, Umi was a meme tournament, but Noodle is hard to argue. It's such a... Because, like, so Noodles, I did actually play in a point battle with Noodles. This was the build I played in the point battle. This deck absolutely destroyed dragons. This was like an anti-dragon deck, right? This deck, I actually tried to build it to beat Gaia. It was awful into Gaia. This was absolutely destroyed by every single Gaia player. But this beat almost every dragon. I think we lost one game to a dragon. We beat every other dragon player. So, like, this is, like, my current Noodle list. But again, this is so bad into Gaia, I don't even think it's worth, like, talking about being any kind of relevance in the meta when the meta is basically entirely Gaia. But genuinely, this was really good into Dragon. I mean, it's not too difficult to see why, right? We have all the tools that we need to, like, try and dismantle dragons as much as we can. They're not going to pierce over us for very much because we've got loads of 1500 and 1400 defenses. We only ever leave one monster face up, which does limit the amount of damage they can actually get through. We do kind of burn them to death, and we always have a chance, at the very least, to out their boss monsters when they summon one. I think this is probably fine. Right. Just Matari and Gaia. Gaia here, or Matari. Gaia Hero. Psychic Fusion, Dragon Fusion. Pure Hero, Pure Gaia. I mean, Rogue, these are decks that, like, could top, right, basically. Like, these are, like, they could top 8, but they're going to struggle to do so. I think that's fair for a lot of them. Like, we have had Rise of Galaxy get a top. We have had Chemicalize get a top. No, let's not do that. What hasn't got a top? Like, this hasn't, this hasn't, this hasn't, this hasn't, this hasn't. Like, statistically, this is almost better than these other decks, which is kind of funny. I think this is fine. I think this is a fine list. I don't think this needs much tweaking. And with that, I suppose it is time to go and play some ladder. I think it's time for ladder games. Now that we got the tier list done and we got the tournament done. Now the question is, what are we going to play? I think we have put it off long enough. I think we're going to play Gaia Metarium, which I know is not going to be super appealing to a lot of people, but I've got to get a Gaia Metarian video out at some point, right? So we're just going to see what happens. We're just going to jump in. What about Dark Galaxy? Why would I play Dark Galaxy, Hikaru? We haven't got any new Dark Galaxy cards. Again, we have to make the video at some point. People want to see what the new best decks are. Hey, what a rank up game. Because it's cool. How are we going to make a video out of it just because it's cool? Think, Hikari, think. This is like a really good going second hand. What do we do with this? Alright, we can't end with those two in hand, so we'll go ahead and do this. Unfortunately, didn't make our life any easier. I mean, I could just summon this. Or we distribute both. Either way, I'm losing a card. I think I'd rather leave that in hand. Although I could get a free plus, but still having that in hand is still probably better. I want this back in my deck, is the thing. Let's go for this. We'll go Celerity. We'll dump this. Gain the attack on this. We'll go for this, because I just want these back into the deck. We're probably dead here is the only thing. I'm getting, like, super greedy, but, like... I feel like I'm kind of damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. I could have got the hand empty and got an extra guy on the board. But if we do that, then we don't have any follow-up for next turn. We're entirely reliant on what we draw off the top. So like, this is like a super greedy play, but let's see what happens. What's the deck list? This is our deck list that we're playing at the moment. He's got Curse of Dragon. Unfortunately, going second is almost always better in this format. If we went second, we probably just OTK'd. But unfortunately, we did not go second, so we're probably just dead. Isn't the last time Dark Galaxy saw a lot of play in a tournament was when 3 people said they can play it better than Hikari and all play higher than her? I mean, if you say so. Neat, the Rush Duel structure I got when I first played Duel Links wasn't a waste of time after all. The structure deck Transcend Universe is perfect for the Galactica guy. Yes. So is the card in hand material? Looks like it's not. Oh, okay, we're not actually getting punished that hard then. I was expecting to get punished a lot harder than that. That's a hand. Okay. We could just drop the fusion. That's actually kind of annoying. Because I kind of need every card in this hand to, like, do everything I want to do. We'd have to summon, discard. To get the level up. Okay, we'll just... I can't get the double fusion off no matter how I do this, can I? You can make 2... I can make 2 fusions, but I wanted to make 3. That's what I wanted. We activate, fuse those, use the skill, get that back, and get that. Then we summon, tribute, and do that. Yeah, I guess that's probably the best way to do this. I'm just going to drop this now. I'm going to do this and this. Into this. Now we're adding that to hand, so I don't need that yet. We'll put this in the grave. Okay, he does have something. Chooses not to use it. So he's planning to do that, in which case... I need this on the field, though, is the issue. That sucks. That means there's no way to play around it. There's literally no way to play around it. So I need this card's name to change, is the thing. So I summon this, he flips over Trap Hole. Nothing I can do about it. This now at least lets me get the draw. Completely useless. Well, that sucked. I think we're probably dead, though. He still hasn't used his skill. It literally was, we went first, which is bad in this matchup. We don't want to go first. We had like an OTK almost guaranteed going second hand. And then he opened Trap Hole. And unfortunately, we're just going to die because of it. The main annoyance there is there was literally physically no way to play around that. There was nothing we could do to play around Trap Hole. If we, in order to get out the Conqueror of Champions, which we needed to pop the back row, we would have needed to normal summon. We needed to tribute summon out a battle-tested Gaia. There's literally no way to play around it. And since we have no back row, which, by the way, we haven't seen any traps yet. We still have all 3 traps in the deck. Like, our win con is that he is scared of our traps and doesn't go all in. Yeah, you go Swift Gaia, you activate your skill, you get your 3+2. Make another guy. Man, this kind of sucks. I feel like... I don't think we've done anything wrong, but we still lose. And it's down to, like, stuff that's completely out of our control. Which feels really bad. Has he got another battle? Jesus Christ. If his hand is another Curse of Dragon or a Gaia, then we are so unbelievably just mega dead. He's going to use that to pop a back row. So he knows this is fusion. He knows that's fusion. So he goes to the one that he knows isn't fusion. How much are we taking here? So now it comes down to, did he just draw a normal summon or a piece of a Gaia? If he's drawn a piece of a fusion, then we're just straight up dead. This should be pure Gaia based on what he's got. Adds Curse. Adds Poly. Did he actually top deck a Gaia? No? Okay. I mean, this should be lethal anyway. We can't do anything about this. I mean, yeah, there was nothing we could do there. We didn't make any mistakes. He just got luckier. But we will save the replay because that's still a good showcase of, like, the matchup. It kind of sucks. I really don't like losing games like that when it's like, we didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything particularly exciting. He just drew the Legend Trap and won off of it. And it just feels really bad. And again, I guess he won the coin toss as well. That's like, it's the most annoying game to lose, is when it's just like... I feel like we win that 99 out of 100 times if, like, slight variables change, right? But he got the exact, like, God timeline where everything went exactly how he needed it. Alright. We're going first again. Watch us open, like, double Essel and be sad again. Okay, no Essel. I mean, I don't think there's a world in which we go hyper-aggressive immediately. So he does. Trap hole was really good, though. Yeah, but he just opened Legend Trap, right? The difference is, ours is going to get popped. Because the guy out to a back row always requires a normal summon battle-tested. Well, with this version of the deck, yeah, but we're also playing, like, the Matarian half of the deck, right? So we could have drawn the Matarian half of the deck and dealt with it anyway. I'm not saying Trap Hole's a bad card. I'm saying flipping over Trap Hole isn't very skillful. Like, I've been playing Trap Hole as well. So he's got 2 Cursor Dragons down. Okay, let's absolutely destroy this man, shall we? Go 1, we'll go 2, we'll summon out this. This is just kind of in the way, which, like, is a little bit annoying. But we can still flip 1 up, and that's still going to be, like, fine. Go ahead and grab Fusion. Activate. Get Vitristar out. Activate, we'll summon this, by using this and this. Sure, we'll take a draw. Get over that. Get over that. And kill. You can send Curse, Reborn it, and Tribute for it. Well, this works too. Yeah, that was the plan. Obviously, we got there in the end. What am I looking at? Doing speed. Let's check out the Quantum Rush tournament now that it's been posted up. We'll go ahead and sign up. I should be okay to play in it tonight, so... We'll go ahead and sign up to that. We'll save that replay as well, that was fine. The other issue is, I don't want just, like, mirrors of this tournament, of this matchup even. I don't want just, like, Gaia Matarian, Gaia Matarian, Gaia Matarian, Gaia Matarian. I would like a little bit of versatility. We'll see what happens. It's Pedro. Playing Asana. And we're going to see an actual Asana skill is the question. No, it is most likely Gaia Matarian again. We're actually going second. Will we open Essel? No Essel. This isn't a bad hand, though. It's not, like, perfect, but it's not bad. Let's see what our opponent has for us. Well, there's the turn 1 Essel. Mills both Curse and Gaia. I think it's the thing where, like, going first with this deck always feels so awkward. Right, Curse comes down. If we had Essel in our open, I would be feeling so unbelievably good about this, but it really depends what we draw. One bad draw as well, and this could all go downhill. Adds the poly immediately turn 1. Okay. Bro is scared. Adds back the Gaia. Summons the Archfiend Summoning Flute. Summons out Light Sorcerer Sanctity. The loner decks are gone now, right? And Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress. Did we just want to minus... Because... Was this like to get the hand empty for the draw? Because we just minus 2'd to do this. Now again... If we draw a monster, I guess it's fine. Like, we would have had one card left in our hand, is the difference. So they know how poly works. Again, like, getting rid of cards kind of makes sense. Also, hello, Alpaca. Welcome, welcome. Like, you don't want to just end with a bunch of monsters in your hand. I get that. But if we draw a back... We didn't even use it for the draw. Okay. He's got a dragon, so I kind of want to get that play going. What's the benefit of getting that out? There isn't really one, is there? There's no way to do double that play, so I think we probably just go Gargoyle. Makes no difference how we do this. The point is we're getting out. Well, goodbye, Slime. This is a +1. So... we're going to be adding that, so we want to send this or this to the grave. I kind of want the goat in the grave, so we're going to send that. Grab this. We'll grab this. I don't know why I'm summoning them, but I am summoning them. We'll go 1, we'll go 2. Summon out Vritra. We'll summon first, then we'll activate this, because it might come up. There goes another trap. It doesn't make any difference at all then. We'll activate. We'll pop this. And that should be exact lethal. The only downside is, I don't think that was a good replay in the sense that our opponent didn't really do anything. It was a good replay in showing what we can do. Right? That was our first turn. But, like, he played really bad. I think we will save the replay, but we probably won't use it in the video. That's going to be, like, if we really are pushed for, like, good replays, we might use that. You can't use Gaia skill turn 1 because you can't battle, so you can't get pierced. Oh, that's a really weird ruling. I guess I've never tried. So... I understand the ruling. I just don't like it, right? You know what I mean? Damn, the skill just lets you grab anything as well. Seems fair. Exactly. Exactly. Hello, Frigga! Welcome, welcome. Now we're against Grey. Again, we would really like to play against things that aren't exactly this deck. Just because. Hey, we're going second, and we have Ersul. This actually might... No, he's going to have Trap Hole. We're screwed. Go, Ersul. Ersul effect, go. Come on back. Imaginary actor. We probably just tribute Ersul here. I'll go ahead and tribute to summon out the Gaia. We'll activate Gaia. I think we go Conqueror here. We'll go Celerity. Sending to the graveyard is going to be... I mean, we're going to add... Curse of Dragon probably here. Oh, this is actually kind of awkward. I need like an extra fusion, which I just don't have. If I grab the Curse of Dragon, I can get the piercing. Maybe I should have got the piercing on that one. Alright, because of the way I've done this, we're going to do it like this. We have kind of messed this up a bit, but that's fine. So I could just summon, get that out, then that's kind of stuck on the board. There's no, like, good way to do this now, which is annoying. It depends on what we draw. I guess there's more targets for that, so I should do it this way. No. Alright, we're going to set this. We're going to tribute over this. We're going to tribute over this. We're going to set this. I'm going to activate this. Go into this by using this and this. Into this. We'll activate his effect. And we'll draw into that, which is exactly what we were hoping we were going to draw into. Well, I kind of would rather have had Vritra, but it's whatever. Okay, we're against Noodle Art Reboot, I guess? I think you grab a normal summon? I don't know about this. I mean, we were planning... So the idea was, we did specifically do it in a way where we were increasing our likelihood of drawing into material to make the fusion. Is just milled extra spice and negate attack. And then he scoops. I don't know, I'm gonna have to go back and delete some of these replays, but we literally might not play against anything else that isn't exactly Gaia Matarian. So we just gotta take whatever we can get. We might have to do a lot of like off-stream dueling just to get replays for this, which is not ideal. Oh well, time to scoop. Noodles has to win. It's the law. Well, they scooped on us. We couldn't do anything about that. 2 weeks ago. Oh no, he made a fusion now. Oh, he's only got 3 fusions and no back row? Noob. We managed to mill all of our trap cards there. Well, it's another Asana. And it's Asana playing what I can only assume is going to be Gaia. Opening Poly always really sucks if you can't use it. Like, it's so bad to open it when you can't use it. Are you ready? Hello, Cyclone Valley. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, is it Pure Hero or is it Hero Gaia? It's Hero Matarian. Probably with Gaia. Yeah, I can discard it. I know I can discard it, but I'd rather not, right? I'd rather use it and then use it again. This still doesn't help, because we can now go that, make that. Then we just have nothing else. We'd have to... This is God Hand. Alright, we summon out Gargoyle. We'll see if there's a delay. There's no delay. Because if I use Polymerization now, fuse these two together, I could then use the skill, but then I can't do anything with it. So I have to tribute this out, use that, get the +1, hope the +1 gets me into something, right? I think that's the line. I could be wrong, but I think that's the line. Because if we draw literally anything, like any fusion material, we are good to go, right? That's the logic here. We just need any fusion material off the draw. Damn it. Well, we'll drop Inferno. We still activate the skill either way. Send a goat. We'll just boost the attack. And then, unfortunately, we probably don't live for the next turn. This one was the Cursed Dragon, I think? No, it wasn't. I don't remember which one was the Cursed Dragon. He tribute set something. It's still fine if we live one turn. The problem is, I don't think this board is enough to live one turn. So, like, he has to get very unlucky for us to, like, live here. I think we're dead. I'm pretty sure we're dead. I'm pretty sure we're so unbelievably dead. Because this then has to be the Avian, unless he kept the Avian in hand. Goodbye, polymerization. So now he goes ahead and makes Burst Wingman. Pops our last back row, attacks over for 6, attacks directly for 31. So we're taking, what, 37? And then he only has to find 23 with 4 cards left in hand still. I mean, there's a slim chance we live, but I wouldn't bet money on it, put it that way. Man, if we had just found Gaia and Dragon equals Go Hook Up, I mean, most likely. If we had found any normal monster off the top, I think we were fine. But not finding a normal monster just like has this like cascading effect where we don't have enough bodies to survive. Because like the alternative was that we just like grab like, I don't know, a 500 defense guy and slap it on the board, and then just kind of hope. Right, so far this is going exactly as anticipated. He did mill his own negate attack, but I don't know if that's going to be relevant. He's already used polymerization. So he needs to tribute here. So he's now 300 off of lethal, so if he has a battle-tested Gaia, we're dead. I believe we're alive, though. Yeah, we're on 300. We've lost all of our back row. But there's a lot of hands that do it. What do we have in grave currently? We have that. So we can go double fusion, we can absorb his attack, and we just kill him, right? Is it straight up just game with Ashura? Like, I haven't done the maths. That's what, 39? That is just lethal. Yeah, there we go. Well, you know, we did say that there are just some hands that do it, and that was one of them. I don't think the 600 was even necessary, was it? I didn't, to be fair, I'm not even paying attention to what like, life points were left. But we definitely had the plus 600. We also could have just made a second fusion. We could have even made a second Ashura Star if we wanted. Like, we had absolutely everything we possibly could have needed. Yeah, it wasn't. Fair enough. Ashura is over. Thankfully, not Wingman is still a warrior. He is a Wingman. He's Burst Wingman instead of Flame Wingman. He's still Wingman. I want a rank-up game. It turns out, right, when you play a deck that's actually good, you can just, like, fly up the ranks really quickly. It's weird, that. Now, is this going to, once again, be the Gaia Menace? If Tomato doesn't get to 100, I'm going to come after him because he's a nerd for Rush. I never play in GRF. I'm not interested in trying to top 100 whatsoever. I will play like 15 games a day. And that is unfortunately not enough. Maybe if I went 15-0 both days. Or all 3 days. It's Sidra! Oh my god. I forgot this deck existed. This is a really weird hand. There's like no good line here, is there? Like straight up. Like we have like this, but like there's no good way to resolve the rest of this hand. You can make him a Tauren? I mean, you're not wrong. But it's, like, not ideal, I guess. I don't even think we do, right? I mean, it's that or we just swing with this and pass. So I think we are going to do this. It doesn't feel good, though. It really doesn't feel good. Like, this is such an ass play. But there are worlds in which I die if I don't do this. We still take 3k life off him. It just means that we don't have our, like, explosive turn. But, like, this is still, like, fine. Like, realistically, we're not going to die with this as our board. And getting 3,000 damage in is as easy as just getting a battle-tested guy on the field. So, like... It just feels gross to just have this as my end board after using the skill for the 3+. Wait, no Cyber Dragon immediately. So he had something stuck in his hand. I assumed it was a regular Sidra. I'm guessing it was a different boss now. So it might be a Search or a Golem. Well, if it's Golem, I think you still just play it, right? He just drew Pot of Greed off of Craft the Drone. Neither of our cards can be put by Assault as well, which is kind of nice. Not that he has a Cyber Dragon in the graveyard at the moment anyway. Wait, their new support for Tachyon in Master Duel? Yes. Cyber Dragon is going to come down. I assume this was drawn off of the Pot of Greed then. We're going to boost its attack up. What is the line here? Because now that we've used the skill, we're not going to use it on a 24. You must have a 24 in hand, right? Because otherwise, why would you keep a card in hand and then not immediately special summon Cyber Dragon? Put a card back. Time to make Tachyon great again, but in Master Duel. Right, Fusion is going to come down, but this can't clear, so now you need TSA. So it's like, do you have the TSA? Again, most Sidra decks play a single copy. So have you got like your one-off TSA? If you do, this is fantastic, right? If you don't... Craft the Drone comes down. We activate Craft the Drone. So this has to be... No, so he just had the Cyber Dragon in hand and chose to not summon it. Then you're gonna crash? You have to crash, you can't not. Watch us brick and somehow lose this game. Right, I'm gonna call it now. This is like, this is an unlosable game, and we're gonna lose it. I'm gonna call it. I'm calling it now. He's thinking about it. He's like, do I end the turn? Do we rope him? Craft the drone solos? I mean, he is quite the magnificent specimen. He's also made of, like, a lot of wheels, which is kind of weird. I think we're getting roped. How do you even lose this? Right, let's theory craft it. How could we lose? So our deck has 3 battle tested. It also has a Curse of Dragon. I think we'll play 2 Curse of Dragon in this list. Yeah, so we could draw 1, 2, 3, 4, and then like any spell trap, and then we just can't do anything. That's how we lose. I can't make sense of this dragon design at all. It's an incomprehensible horror. That's just technology from the future. Well, I think we're getting roped. Is everyone having a good day while we're stuck in limbo? Hope everyone's had a great time so far. Enjoyed watching the tournament, enjoyed the tier list, whatever else y'all got going on in your own lives. Gold 5? Yep, I mean, we're in Gold 5. Are you in Gold 5, Frigate? What tournament? We had the Angel Cup this morning. We actually can't kill him. We actually don't have lethal. This is very sad. I mean, do we just rush him down with what we've got? I think we have to, right? Oh, we can. I keep forgetting this works. That's me being stupid. Well, we can only send to graveyard. We can only boost by a little bit, so it's not going to be lethal. Damn. Right. Is it exact lethal? I think it's exact lethal. I mean, I don't think this matters too much. We'll send this. Haha! I'm not going to lie. I completely forgot about the 600 boost. Go get him, champ! Gargoyle! Gargoyles! Oh, the Gargoyle beat down! The deck's unbeatable! Exact lethal too, yeah. Yeah, we already did the search. This was the really awkward game where we unfortunately got kind of stuck. Perfectly calculated. 100%. We don't make mistakes here. Brown tissue. That's... Why are we playing against the silver too? We weren't even in the queue for very long. Why are we against the silver? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Be gentle with me, brown tissue. One of the 3... The thing is, we weren't in the queue for that long. Like, usually, I'd be like, if we were in the queue for like a minute, maybe 2 minutes, it will like expand it. But like, we were barely in the queue at all. Oh no, it's Rising Hero Argent. 1, 2... How does bro do this? Every time I use Argent, I 99% whiff completely, and I never get both. Bro just like slaps it down, immediate +2. I'm like, how does this happen? Also just has the fusion. Ladder can pay you against any 1 tier up or 1 tier down from your tier. I just never play against silvers and gold. Like, just never happens. This is like the only time. Gold can match against gold and silver. Imagine not pogging off Argent. It's better than Pog though, isn't it? It's a free +2. Pog's only a +1. The worst part is the monster we set has high attack, so he's going to get extra value off of it. I think we might just be dead. What are you running in the extra deck? We're playing 2 copies of Ashura Star, 1 copy of Vritra, 2 copies of Swift Gaia, and 1 copy of Conqueror of Champions. Well, we're alive. That's something. We know one of his back row is Polymerization. What is the line? There's 2 cards I need to get in the graveyard. There's 1 card I can add to my hand. Alright, first thing we do is we test the waters. There's no delay. So I am just going to do this. He's got 2 warriors. That's a lot of attack I could absorb. It's what, 33? Which would get me to 61, which wouldn't be lethal. Even with that, it'd be 61 plus... That would be lethal if we pop a back row. We'll do that, get that, use that absorb. We could pop 1 back row. If we get the right back row, we should just win on the spot. Let's go for this. Because now we can activate this. Right, we just need to... Ideally, we don't hit Polymerization. It doesn't really matter what we do hit. Fuck. Okay. So now it's going to come down to what his back row is. So we're going to add that either way, so that doesn't matter. We want to send Goat. We boost this attack. We add cards to hand. We add you. And you. Well, normal. Normal. Flip over Fusion. Okay, he had nothing anyway. We're fine. I think, no, we always go for it either way, but if we had hit anything other than Fusion, right, we just guarantee that it's nothing and we 100% have lethal. Because what we would have done was we would have absorbed all of his attack, gone up to what, 61? I want to say? Then we would have attacked over, left him on 11, and then we just attack over the Curse of Dragon for 12, and that's lethal. Too skillful, man. Oh, yeah, baby. Just playing the best deck in the format against a silver player who didn't... He actually got very lucky off of the Argent, but nothing else, right? There was no more luck beyond that Argent. Was it a regular hero player or Gaia hero? That was Gaia hero. He had a Curse of Dragon on the field. What do you think he was playing? Karim Mazri. Okay, let's see what Karim has for us. Luke! I haven't played a ton of this matchup, so I'm not super entirely sure if this is, like, in our favor. Either way, I think we don't go overly aggressive, right? We just set. We could have tribute set this, but I kind of like holding it for now. We'll see if it ends up being a mistake or not. I think we tribute set. It's too late now. That doesn't really help. Okay, so we could just flip, use the skill if we want. We can dump any normal. But we don't have room to make any big play. We could grab Polly and any normal. That still doesn't make room, is our current issue. If I can't do a big play, is it worth making any play? I think we just don't do anything. We just kind of wait. Because I don't really want to just give him what he needs to turn his skill on. I'd rather just, like, sit here and wait until we actually have a play. We can swing with them, but, like, what's the best case scenario? We get him for 2,000 damage. And then he gets his skill turned on. He gets to search 2 cards. The low levels, I meant. I still don't think we do that. I think that even that doesn't seem like a good play. I mean, he's making room for us, which is at least something here. Okay, so we have quite a lot of things we can actually accomplish here. It depends now on the order that we do this. So we could flip, get that out, do that fusion. I can also just get that out as well. I'd like to get his effect off, but that's realistically not happening. Let's go for this first. Chances are we're going to end up with a piercing attack anyway. So I think we're going to go for a back row. Okay, I mean, that's not bad. That's already in the grave, so I don't have to worry about that. I guess we just put this in the grave. So we always take this. We have so many different options is the issue. We can go... I'm getting, like, choice paralysis. I need to just, like, decide. I think we'll go for this to hand. But then he gets stuck in hand is the issue. The alternative is that we use that. We use those to make that, but then we can't do that. I almost think I'd rather have this, to be honest. So I'm just going to set... I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do this. The issue is I'm trying to read chat at the same time, and I'm getting like 3 different people giving different opinions on what they would do, whilst now it's like overwriting me thinking about what I want to actually do. Which makes it very difficult. So that doesn't actually really change much in the way of what we're actually doing here. We've already used you. And I could use Starry Start just to get extra body, but it's not even really worth it. I think we'll just go battle here. We could have got an extra 2,000 damage in, but nothing else. As the dragons return. Okay. If we had drawn another monster, I'd be as in a summonable monster, I'd be feeling a little bit better about this. But now we're like super mid here. 2 Ashura may be better to end on because they're immune to regular Mirageus. But we'll see what he has to say. Regular Mirageus though doesn't matter here. Like regular Mirageus doesn't like end the game on its own. The issue that we actually have here is if we drew another monster, we just set it, and then we're completely fine, but we drew into, like, the worst possible card. Summons out 2 dragons. Like, if we had drawn into, like, any low-level monster, we were, like, super fine. Okay. I mean, I respect going for it, right? You have a lot of ways to plus, so maybe it doesn't matter that we have that as a boss. I don't think this is, like, ideal, but it might work out from here. Got the Pot of Greed off of that, so it's just an extra +1. Summon. Can only expect a double tribute coming in. Well, he's only got 3 extra, so he's probably not playing one of the dragons. Summons out the Star Dragon. Okay. Right. What do I even have back here? We have Polly with Star Restart. I guess we Star Restart. We bring back our guy. We pop a back row. We pop another back row. I guess I don't need this. We'll go Dragon's Inferno. We'll summon out Sword Dancer. We'll activate Fusion. We'll make Ashura Star. We'll activate Ashura Star. We'll pop that. We'll activate Polly. We can have a look at his build after this. We can definitely have a look. I don't think we save that one, guys. I don't think that's worth saving. Let's take a look at what Bro was on, shall we? Okay. Let's take a peek. Let's take a gander. So he was playing 3 Dragius and 1 Mirageus. We also just randomly had these 2 bozos in the deck. This almost looks like a competent build. Like, obviously the sports dragons, you know, take them or leave them. I personally don't think they're ideal, but I can get behind it at least a little bit. Triad Drago like drastically conflicts with Sluggo, which is the big issue. I'm also not the biggest fan of Return, but like... Probably built it with as few gems as possible. few gems as possible, but still ends up with double Dragia Star. That's quite a lot. It's another Luke. We're going second into Luke. Alright, Essel. Yeah, Essel! Right, maybe we can do some wicked shit. We'll see what happens. Watch us, like, mill double trap or something, and we'll just be like, fuck this game. How about just no back row? That'd be nice. Boss monster in the middle. We need to remember boss monster in the middle. I summon the Rising Light, Angel Essel. I mean, we're summoning this either way, right? It's just awkward because now I can't summon that easily. What do I even want in my hand at this point? We definitely have you. Do I just grab, like, Curse of Dragon? Because it just doesn't matter. So what else is this hand doing, realistically? I mean, we're clearing it all anyway, one way or another, right? Piercing plus a big direct attack is not going to be lethal. Do we just ignore the back row? Do we just ignore... It's a lethal push, so I think we probably do. We'll get rid of the boss. Well, that's not helpful. It's worth the risk. I think it is always worth the risk regardless, right? The only reason I wouldn't would be if there was like such a high chance the back row was important. And especially because we could just kill the boss anyway, right? We guaranteed could kill the boss. We didn't have to risk like attacking into the boss. It's even more value to go for it though. And then we'll save that one. That was a bona fide real replay right there. Alright, let's go again. Is this your rank up? I have no idea, Hikari. We have not been keeping track. Again, I'm not really worried about ranking up right now. You know, we'll cog when we cog. Going first. I really don't like doing a fusion play immediately. I don't really think there's much benefit to it. So I think we probably just go ahead and just set a bunch of stuff. Alright, let's see what he's got. Isn't it 3 more until rank up? I have no idea. We're not keeping track. Oh, nice. I was lurking for a bit, so I wasn't sure. I always see the wins. I mean, we've only had 1 loss today so far. I mean, I guess it just goes to show, when you play meta, you tend to win a lot more. It's weird, that. Bro has also apparently not drawn a very nice hand. 3 back row, though. We drew some back row hate, which is nice. Go ahead and drop the Inferno. Hit fusion. We'll go Sword Dancer, see if there's a delay. There's no delay. We'll flip this up. We will go ahead and activate our fusion. Maybe we should have activated the polymerization. I don't think it makes any real... because it does, because we have that. But then again, we don't even need this... No, we wouldn't get the search anyway. Yeah, I don't think it would have made any difference. This is what, 48, 50, 58? So it's not even lethal, so there's no point in going for that. I guess we just dump you. Sure, you can gain the attack. No reason to add, because we're not playing Vanilla Gaia. I think we just set this. And we'll just get it for 34. Okay, I mean, this is looking pretty good. We got 2 traps. We got a decent board. If you can boost, it's lethal. Yeah, you're right. I always forget about the 600 boost. Well, I say I always forget. I forgot about the 600 boost here. No, you should have gone for it. Nah, it's fine, Hikari. Stop worrying. Stop worrying, Hikari. God. God, Hikari. God. Heroes. I think you live anyway. I mean, there's a chance we die. I don't think it's a particularly high chance. But it would have been cool. Would it have been cooler to just end the game out of nowhere when he clearly bricked versus, like, giving him the homie turn? I think giving him the homie turn is cooler. Oh no, it's Siesta Torero. Whatever shall we do? Interesting. I'm gonna just keep destroying back row. Aha! Haha! That was kind of as far as I got. I could boost. We still can't actually make a fusion because we set this Essel. But like... sure, you can go to the graveyard. I still don't think I need anything in my hand, you know. Go get him, champ! Eh. I'm not negative. He has 2 traps and 6k life points. Of course he's gonna win. It just would have been cool. Being cool isn't everything. Poor guy. I mean, it happens. Once again, is that even worth saving as a replay? I think we still got room, so we'll keep saving just, like, pretty much anything up until we hit our cap, and then we'll go back and delete some, I think. I think it's going to be the line. When is 1 PM JST? 1 PM JST. Oh crap, it's Card Fighter. 4 AM. Okay, we can't do that. When's the other one? 7 PM JST. That's 10 AM for me. I can do 10 AM. Actually, what day is it? The 8th. Saturday. Saturday at 10 AM. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? This hand is not ideal. We're playing against actual Psychic. totally not telegraphing what I'm doing or anything. Pass. Final game, right? Stream, snipe, cog, rank up, focus, man. No, I'm busy talking to people in DMs, Manicus. It's more important. Is beat Metagaia in a tournament, Shudo? Very much so. Again, like I said, I'm really not bothered about ranking up. So, like, if we lose this, it's whatever. P0 in the past, not now. I mean, it's still good now. There's no Gaia and Cog. Think of the replay material. There's got to be Gaia and Cog. There's no way everyone just stopped playing it. Surely. Infinite D Live. We send the concert costume performer to add the Psy-Pick Upper. We summon the Psy-Pick Upper. We'll activate its ability, gaining us 800 life points. We'll summon the Candy from hand and activate Fusion. You don't have any 7s in the graveyard, though. Out comes Candy Live. Do we stop this attack? I think I do. Because, like, keeping this around might be enough, right? Keeping this around has a lot of, like, positive outcomes. It's a 5, which means we get the search. We can then get the poly if we don't get any other way to get to a 5. If we just find a Gaia, this is immediately just it on the board. If we draw back row hate, we need a dragon. So Cursed Dragon is right here for that. Well, there's Gaia. Unfortunately, we did draw the Fusion. We also are not going to have much of anything. So we'd have to do that into that into that, which is not really going to get anywhere. We can just go straight into it with that, but that doesn't really help. I think we just start with this. Alright, no delay. We'll go ahead and activate the effect. Making him, I don't think is relevant unless we aren't going to do much of anything else. We can always just attack over it. Changing it to defense doesn't really matter. So I think we just do this. So now we could just activate the poly straight up, fuse those two together. Because we're going to get it back anyway when we use the skill. So I think I am just going to do this. I want to activate this now. Which is probably going to be the play. We'll bring back, I guess, Actor. Then I want to activate this effect to get the free draw. To the graveyard can be... I guess I don't need the goat, but I also don't need the Cursed Dragon. We'll boost you up. I'll grab back this. I don't really need anything else. I probably didn't even need to do this play whatsoever, to be honest, but we're already this deep. We'll just get this out. At the very least, this lets us apply, like, a lot of pressure. Well, there goes a good trap card. There's no reason to change this to defense, right? Does it change anything? We get 400 plus that. which I think is plenty. Oh, we should have changed to defense because it would have been an extra 400 because we have piercing. Right. Right. That's just us being silly. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it matters. An extra 400. Maybe it would have mattered. Was it just 400? It was just 400. So we could have done an extra 400 damage here. Could have made the other Gaia to make it clear game. How would it have been game? How does attacking directly help us there? Oh, flip it down, pop it. Right. Yeah. No, you're right. But again, then that would have just meant pretending the back row is nothing. Thankfully, the back row was nothing. Or I suppose not thankfully, the back row is nothing. I'm not going to lie. I completely forgot Vrictrastar puts them face down. I just literally was not registering that whatsoever. Even if it was something, you clear the field. But we cleared the field anyway. I suppose, yeah. I mean, you're right. I mean, like I said, I forgot the Vrictrastar flips. That was like the big downfall there. But like I said, I'm not like we're not worried about winning anyway. We're really not worried. Yeah, I don't generally play cringe, guys. I'm not like you. We usually play base decks here. The question is, where does he actually go with this? He knows one card in my hand. We have that. So any of the material for a Matara Infusion, and we just have a Matara Infusion, right? We got two of them in deck. I suppose when you think about it like that, it's not super high chance, but also a Starry Start gets us there. We only have one Starry Start left. That's 3 cards in deck gets to it. So one of the cards in his hand is still a Candy. He's got Candy and 2 mystery cards in hand. Did we already do the tier list? Yes, we did, Parko. Uses the skill, grabs Ice Pot. Use Ice Pot. Bring that back. We know he still has... So he's got another fusion in hand. We know the last card in his hand then is Candy, right? Candy all comes back. Activates Candy live. Gains the 1,000. Brings back the Prima that he milled. Pays the 1,000. Wait, what the heck? Where did the Candy... He added a Candy. I swear he added a Candy. I have no idea what that back row is now. How was that game? He couldn't bring that back, so he could have reduced and then just attacked for 48. That's not lethal. Okay, this is a little bit crappy, but we'll go ahead and activate Gargoyle. We'll just get rid of Gargoyle. Tribute over. Because the fusion reborns. Oh, this one. Okay, about the 18. Right, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Activate Celerity. We'll send this to the grave. Boost this attack. Set a monster. Go to battle phase. Boo! 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 Gains 1,000. Sets a back row. Are we going to lose? I mean, probably. Like I said, we're really not bothered about losing. Like, literally, cogging right now is not something we're particularly interested in. Yeah, we'll just take it. We will, I guess, summon out the Sword Dancer. We'll tribute to summon out the Mighty Curse of Dragon. We'll drop the Inferno. Pop the back row. And that's a nice hit. Tribute to summon. We can activate the effect of Battle Tested. Make the last guy we've got. We'll set this. We'll send the goat. This doesn't really do anything. So, we just clear over this, I guess? I mean, what else is there to do here? That's only 1,000 damage. That's what? 1,200? Yeah. I think we probably lose this either way, to be honest. I don't think we're in a good enough spot where we can win this game. I think we're going to deck out more than anything. Any TSA? Nope, not on this build. Have you got the goat trap? No, we've already used it. Unfortunately, we just sent battle tested, which I don't think matters too much, really, but... Well, there's another battle tested anyway. All we have left is Ashura Star. We got 2 fusions and another fusion. Alright, we'll go Star Restart. You don't actually do anything for me, do you? You're literally like a completely dead card. We summon, activate fusion. Behold, Ashura Star. Get fucked. And that'll do us, Ross. Too many misplay? We made 1 misplay! We made 1 misplay! And it was a misplay we made because we don't play bloody thingies. We don't play Metarion. We made one misplay. One total misplay. All right, Parko. You're getting timed out. There you go. Get fucked. But like I said, it's not like we weren't playing to win, right? We're not trying to cog. That is not the objective at the moment. We're playing to get like decent replays. Unfortunately, that wasn't a good replay, so there's no point to save it, which is a bit of a shame. But it's fine. It is what it is. Parko being censored. Sometimes Parko needs to be censored because he's just a little cunt, right? That's just how it goes. I love as well how Manikist is like, actually, you could have done 700 different plays that would have made you win the game. And then, like, Manikist never puts himself up for scrutiny. He never streams. He never, like, has his games, like, being shown. He's always just like, actually. It's like, bro. Alright, we'll flip up Curse of Dragon. We'll go ahead and drop Dragon's Inferno. We'll pop some back row. Unfortunately, that doesn't really help. I mean, we can do stuff. We can definitely do stuff. We'll Tribute, summon out the Void. We'll activate the effect. The other thing is, Manikist is so bad at baiting. He's actually so bad at baiting. Because the whole point of bait is when you throw bait out, you're supposed to not make it obvious, because when you know it's bait, it doesn't really do anything. We're going to be adding that to hand either way. We don't need another one. I guess we'll just send this. We'll gain the attack with this. We'll grab you. We'll grab you. We'll summon. Summon. Flip over Fusion. We'll go 1. We'll go 2. Summon out the Ashura Star. We can go ahead and activate the Ashura Star and just pop probably just one of the monsters. Then... This is actually really awkward because now I can't do this. I guess we just do this then. We'll activate, draw a card. Once again, it doesn't really get us to what we're looking for. Why did I attack that? I just completely turned my brain off there. 100% turned the brain off. When I thought activate the life point gain effect, this hand is insane. It probably was insane. I think that we completely turned our brain off there, though. I thought activate the life point gain effect. I was scared to do the take 2 damage effect because didn't have good back row to support it. I mean, that's fair. I mean, just one. I don't know why you keep saying this. I don't try to bait you. I gain nothing from it. I mean, all you... The thing is, right, either... It's one of the... There's 2 options, right? Either you're genuinely an idiot or you're baiting, and I like to give you the benefit of the doubt. That's what it is. Maybe I should stop giving the benefit of the doubt. Like, I never felt safe position to go for it. I mean, it's one of those things as well, where some people will be like... When you attack and your opponent has, like, back row, they'll be like... And then, like, the back row will stop you, because it will be, like, a negate attack. And then they'll be like, why did you attack? He had a back row. Of course you don't attack there. You should have popped. And then you'll do the opposite, where you'll pop the back row, and it'll be a nothing bluff. And then people will be like, why didn't you just attack? Of course it was going to be a bluff. And it's like, guys, you can't have it both ways. You've got to, like, pick one side of the fence here. We'll go Gargoyle. We'll activate Gargoyle. We're probably not going to need this, realistically. We'll Tribute over this. Do we have Curse in the Grave? We do. So we'll go ahead and fire this off. We're not going to get that effect either way. So either way, we probably just go for this. We'll just go for a back row pop. Because it's lethal if the back row's nothing anyway, right? So like, I think popping the back row is always the line here. If he's got any trap that can stop our attack, it will stop anything anyway. We've got 28. So if we do pop a back row, theoretically we just win if we get the right one. Otherwise it's 200 plus that. So I'm pretty sure popping back row is always the correct choice here. Don't think any of this matters too much. We'll put you back. We'll activate the skill. Then we'll send a Cursed Dragon back to the grave. We'll boost this attack. This is just a nothing, right? Yeah. Oh, he had 3 live? Oh, that's just lethal. That's what, 39? Yeah, we're just dead. I'll tell you what, this is a... No. This isn't worth saving as a replay, unfortunately. I was going to say, if it was, we could have kept it, but... I'm not gonna lie, a lot of players on all levels suffer from that doubt of whether to commit to the OTK or not. I think the thing is, there is never, like, you can math that out, right? You can be like, statistically, the chances of them having like the negate attack and only negate attack can stop me. It depends on the situation, right? If it's Conqueror Champions, obviously a lot of things can stop it, and Conqueror Champions is kind of what we're talking about here. But if, let's just simplify things. Let's say it's negate attack, right? All of a sudden you're like, okay, well, there's only 1 copy in the deck. You've drawn 6 cards out of your deck, so there's 24 cards left in your deck. The chances of you having the negate attack should be extraordinarily low. Therefore, mathematically, it makes more sense to go for the OTK because I have a high chance to just kill you. But then they'll flip over the negate attack, and it'll be like, even though statistically you made the correct decision, you still didn't win, right? It's like, it's not an easy problem to solve, I suppose. Because it's like, there isn't necessarily a correct decision. At the end of the day, if it worked, it was right. If it didn't work, it was wrong, right? That's kind of it. It's like, hindsight is like such a powerful thing, right? I mean, this hand potentially could do quite a lot. Let's see what happens. Ooh. I can get out Gaia, or I could just go straight into that. I think that's actually better. I actually think I'd rather just have Imaginary Actor. We'll go 1, we'll go 2. We'll summon out a Shurstar. I mean, we always just use a Shurstar here to pop. Let's see what we hit. What's that one? That's a trap. I don't think it matters what we send to the graveyard right now. But I think I could just get away with sending Goat. I want you. And I want... probably from Grave. I think I'd still quite like to draw into some of this stuff. We'll just go into the second one immediately. And then we'll pop a face down card. 2 trap cards. He had 3 trap cards down on turn 1. And did we actually miss the NA? It's got to be NA, right? What else could it be that he could respond to with level 9 attacks with this setup? It has to be NA. That's deep, Mr. Tomato. It's Combustion? I mean, you're not wrong. It could be Combustion. Could be Combustion. It's got to be Combustion or a Legend, right? Like, if it's NA, maybe you get super greedy and hold it, but, like... He needs a normal monster to use Dolphin's effect. Summons out Hayasube. Hey, Neo. Welcome, welcome. Also, hello, Sakadetsu. I don't know if you've just arrived. I think you have. And hello, Lancer, as for that as well. You actually got kind of sandwiched there. There we go. If I'm an idiot, that means Rush Rival standards are low. Listen, I never said you needed a PhD to get into Rush Rivals. Now, I thought people were joking about how long it takes to play Psychic, but I was down to like 20 seconds. Yeah, it can get like that, right? How does he out our board? He needs a spell or something. So this will boost his attack up. That'll get over one of them. 2 more back row. So we could use the skill. That gets us to a dragon. Getting a dragon gets us a back row pop. We get 1 more back row pop. The question is, do we pop the middle one? Or do we ignore the middle one? I think I still want to pop the middle one, just because I know it can be used. So, like, if there's even the slightest chance it's actually relevant. It was combustion. We'll go ahead and use this. We'll send this to the grave. We'll boost this. We'll then drop Star Restart. We'll bring this one out. We'll grab back the fusion. We'll activate Inferno. We did hit the NA. Bro just keeps drawing traps, doesn't he? How much damage is it? 700 plus 300, so I have to get another normal to try and lethal. Okay. Well, we got there. Nope, I was on the beginning and then I must BRB, so once more, hello Mr. Tomato, hello Sakadetsu, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. I always have a PhD during Rush Rivals. Well, I mean, to be fair, you know, your Rush Rivals results do kind of speak for themselves, right? Like, you know, people can say what they want about Manikist, but Manikist has been tearing up Rush Rivals. I'm still fangirling over the duels we all had last week. I think last week was a weird one. I think some people really enjoyed last week and some people didn't, right? It was kind of a Marmite kind of episode. I think, again, if you just played a deck you didn't like or whatever and had a restriction you didn't like and then had to just like get knocked out immediately because you drew a bad hand or something, like you probably didn't have a great episode, right? Got another dragon player. I will watch the stream until Mr. Tomato get to COG. Again, we're not planning to COG today, so I wouldn't expect that, Penguin. We're probably not going to be streaming for too much longer anyway. Like, there's always, like, a weird thing with getting to COG, which is, 1, generally the queues are longer in COG, which makes streaming a little bit more annoying, because there's just a lot more downtime. 2, people in COG don't tend to give a shit, so you stop playing against, like, good decks, which also, like, can get a little bit annoying. What is the play here? We summon... I could use that, discard... get the plus, and then what? Like, don't do anything off of it? I think we just go defensive with this hand. I would like to get aggressive, but this hand realistically is like a Shura Star pass, which is just not worth doing. Skill issue aside, watching meta get rocked by Limit 3 dot deck was cool. Oh yeah, watching like Whistle go nuts was really fun. It's the Illusion Strike Dragon Mirror Gears. Dragon's Inferno. Hits our Dragon's Inferno. He only has 2 back row. I'm not actually feeling too bad about this. We do lose our 5. Like, obviously, we'd much rather this got hit, but it's kind of whatever. Look, another 5. So we can just make that. We could pop a back row and just swing over. That doesn't really seem worth it. We could pop back row, summon that. But once again, because we have the Curse of Dragon half of the fusion, it doesn't really do anything. I feel like we just set again. But I want to go aggressive, but I feel like we just don't have the cards to do so. Well. Welcome back, Parko. Right, we do lose the buffered slime. Not the best thing in the world. We're in the middle of an exciting Dragon Mirror match. It's turn 11 and it's all set cards and nothing happening. That does sound like the Dragon Mirror. I was calling Cages all bad, by the way. Listen, Parker, we don't accept calling anyone suck, okay? No one is allowed to be called told that they suck. I would really like to draw into a hand that does something. Any day now. I mean, again, I can make a guy. That is what this hand does. I make a guy and nothing else. We don't even have a star restart to make a secondary play. This is like... How have we got so many turns without an actual good play? I think we just set again. This feels wrong, but like I don't think there is a better play here. If I'm not going to do anything substantial, what's the point of summoning out? Because I could summon out, kill one of his guys, then he guaranteed gets the fusion out next turn, and then I'm in an even worse spot. I feel like we've drawn so badly, there's just no good play. We just have to keep waiting until we find a Star Restart or a Battle Tester Gaia. We still haven't found any good traps either. Like we got one good trap, to be fair. Well, we got our worst trap, I suppose. Right, can we draw a playable hand? Oh my god, this might actually do something. Alright. Palace Gargoyle. No delay. That's excellent. Activate Palace Gargoyle. We'll just get rid of this. Tribute to summon. That's our graveyard set up. We do have a Cursor Dragon. So go ahead and do this now. I think we do go Swift. So we can activate Dragon's Inferno. And do hit something. We will set normal summon. Activate Swift Gaia. Summon Actor. We still don't really have anything to do with Polly, is the issue. Because we don't have an extra card to use. So I think we do just flip over the fusion. Go into Ashura Star. Activate Ashura Star. There goes our negate attack. We'll send this. Boost this attack. Are we just dead? He's got so many cards in hand. He's going to have a skill online. I think we're just going to grab just a body. Just to try and, like, live. And his third was a trap as well. What's that then? Combustion? Oh, what's Fortitude? Okay. So he had 3 trap cards in the back row as well. Fucking hell. I think we just weren't meant to win this one. We've drawn no traps. It took us like 6 turns to draw into a playable hand. I don't even know what we're supposed to do here. Again, if we had a star restart or a battle tested earlier, we could have applied like a lot of pressure, but we just didn't have anything. We just had nothing. The only real upside is that you only got 1 search off of the skill, but even that like doesn't really help. I assume we go for the piercing. He knows what our monster is, so he knows it's 500 defense. There's no real reason to not go for the piercing, right? It's literally 25 damage, 2500 damage versus 900 damage. God, he's on 1500 vanillas. Oh, he's a shitter. I mean, we're just dead, right? Like, no matter what. Swing, swing, dead. Yeah. We can just get out of here. Alright, we're probably going to do 1 more game, I think. And then we're probably going to call it there. We have already kind of run over quite a lot. But that was because we were enjoying ourselves quite a lot. So, it is what it is. But we'll play this last game. We'll see what we go against. Hopefully not just another dragon player, because they are very boring. And we've been drawing very badly into them. I take it back. I want to go back to dragon. I don't want to play against Gaia. I don't know, is Gaia worse to play against than dragon? I mean, kind of. Hello, Ray. I just think dragons are just really boring to play against. They're not engaging to interact with. Oh, it's Cyber Dragon, okay. But, like, I don't know if Gaia is worse to play against than dragons or not, you know? I think they're both, like, comparable. I don't know if there's any one that I specifically go, oh, that one is much, much worse to play against. And again, we're not saying about, like, win and loss rate. We're not saying about, like, oh, it's worse to play against because you'll lose against it. We're just saying it's worse because it's not fun to play against, right? I mean, we got 2 Essel. That's neat. Tribute to summon. Go, Dragon's Inferno. Go, Dragon's Inferno. I mean... Like, I have some plays I can do with this hand. I don't really want to do any of them, so I think we're just not going to. We're going to go Celerity. We're going to dump Goat. We're just going to boost the attack up with this. Then I'm just going to, like, summon stuff. Yeah, get bullied. And we'll just pass. The boring part of dragons is that you are forced to not commit, but they also force you to commit, and when you do, they gain too much advantage. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what it comes down to, is they'll just sit there and just, like, wait it out until they can straight up kill you. At least before Dragius, or before Mirageastar came out, the deck was at least, like, it couldn't, like, kill you in one turn, or at least it didn't really kill you in one turn. But, like, since Mirageastar's come out, it's just... wait until you can kill your opponent 99% of the time. It was inconsistent. I mean, it basically had almost the exact same tools that it has now. The primary difference being that... Oh, that's really bad. I mean, we still have this. Like, it's not the end of the world, but, like... Alternatively, we can activate this and see if we mill... Nope, didn't mill it. So now, I guess we're doing this. We'll get rid of this. Bring this back. Oh, and he's got bloody Rice Terror secure. Okay. Well, we vibe. Who won Angel Cup? Yeah, it was Gaia Matarium. Beat Pure Gaia in the finals. Tomato, all I see is Gaia. True. Yeah, but dragons are slow. They don't have good matchup against Gaia if Gaia draws well. I think it's one of those things, though, like, where Dark Galaxy has a good matchup into Psychic if Psychic doesn't draw well. But, like, it never ends up, like, actually unfolding like that, I guess. It's weird. Like, it kind of depends. Like, I feel like we've had pretty good games all day. But, like, the last, like, 3 or 4 games, we've been drawing like ass. And it's, like, really slowed us down. 2 out of 4 on Monster Calling. Monster Calling Bros, we are so back. Nice to see you having fun with an actually good deck. Sea Serpent, when though? Sea Serpent will be coming eventually. Cyber Twin comes down. Summons out an 11 Hundy. Tributes over to get out the Cyber Assault. Cyber Assault's effect isn't live. We really need to find, like, Actor. Like, Actor kind of just turns everything on here. I mean, we would have been fine if, Curse of Dragon didn't get popped. But now we only have 2 draws is the issue. So we might just die to not having enough cards to draw. There is Actor. Okay. We'll go Actor. I think we just go Sword Dancer straight up, right? Has he already used good trap cards? He's already used 2. Popping his monster might be the more valuable play. The issue is we're going to be doing either or anyway, so I don't think it necessarily matters too much. If we're going to use Poly, because we're going to use the skill, we might as well just use the Poly, right? We'll just get this going for now. We'll go 1. We'll go 2. We'll summon out Vritrastar. Activate the skill. Sure, we'll send you to Grave. Boost your attack. We'll add back you from Grave. And you. Or summon. Summon. Flip over the fusion. go into Ashura Star. Activate the effect. Activate the effect. Putting you in attack is probably not a safe decision. Let me get him for a bit of damage, and then we pass. Let's see what he's got. In my opinion, between Metarian and Hero Gaia, I had way better results using Hero. I don't know why. I was bricking too much from Metarian, and I'm not even using Burst Wingman. I don't know. Hero, like, has Argent. That is kind of it in terms of, like, extra added consistency. But the downsides of Hero, I feel like, are huge, right? You don't get Virtua Star. You don't get to pop any face down card. You only get to pop back row. Obviously, if everyone else is playing Metarion, they've got a card that can absorb your warrior's attack points in Ashura Star itself, right? I just feel like there's a lot of negatives, and they don't necessarily outweigh the positives. But that is going to be it for us today. So we had some ups, we had some downs. We actually had quite a lot of fun. Realistically, it would have been nice if we could have played in the tournament, but it is what it is. Don't forget there is a Quantum Rush on today, so anyone that wants to play in the Quantum Rush should make sure to go sign up. We will be back on Sunday, and we're going to be doing something a little bit different on Sunday. We are going to, first off, do like probably make maybe a little bit of ladder, like not like a ton. We'll do like a little bit to like ease into the stream. But then we are going to be playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection. That is going to be our Sunday plan. We're going to be playing a little bit of some old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Games. Following which, in the evening, it will be Rush Rivals again. So that is the plan. That is the goal with Sunday. So we will be back again on Sunday. We'll be doing some weird stuff. Thank you all for watching. We are in an ad again. It's typical that the ads always seem to like fly in right at the end. But thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Yeah, just go for it, fuck it. No, don't consume the glue mirror car. How you doing, brother? I hope you